Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today. And this week, man, damn, it is jam-packed for physical media love. We are fighting for all the titles like The Woman King, hitting the store shelves, along with the horror thriller Smile, the romantic comedy Ticket to Paradise, Kitty Fair like Lyle Crocodile, Kevin Smith going back to the well in Clerks III, TV show love like season 1 of Reacher, season 4 of Star Trek Discovery, 4K upgrade goodness like Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction, and Scream Factory is even doing the 4K upgrade goodness with the horror classic Carrie. We've got 3 film collection love from Vestron with Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, 4, and 5. Talk about Christmas miracles like a motherfucker. And, oh, by the way, there is 4K upgrade goodness with the 1986 action classic Highlander. Oh, there can definitely only be one, especially. But this week, there's a whole hell of a lot of it. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got.
All right, everybody, we are in at Walmart under the new releases, and look at this. Holy shit. Wow, man, this is quite the plentiful week for physical media love, especially when it comes to Walmart, and it's for damn sure enough to savor and satisfy our every movie love and need. You bet your ass it does. It ain't always this good, but hey, I'll take it when I get it, and I know you will as well, man. Not bad, especially when it comes to media love that is supposed to be released the following week. Okay, in House of the Dragon, Season 1 for $34.96 DVD, the Blu-ray digital for $39.96, and the ever-reliable 4K Blu-ray digital love for $44.96 as well. Yeah, this is supposed to be released next week, not this week. Oh, Wally World done did it again, man. Oh, they really did. It reminded me of when I saw Elvis here, like a week early, and I was like, wait a minute. Doesn't anybody ever check Blu-ray.com for this shit? Seriously, man, they probably ought to do it. It'll save them a lot of trouble, just saying, man. But hey, if you're a fan of this show, getting it a week early, that ain't half bad, man. That's pretty goddamn sweet. And I gotta admit this is really cool. I wasn't expecting this. The DVD has different cover art, the Blu-ray does, and the 4K as well. And you guys know how much I love that. You guys know how much I love just the different artwork for collectors and collecting mentality. I think it's freaking great, man. I think it's awesome. I love that shit so much. So this is definitely a pleasure when I see it in a big bad way, man. The only issue I have, the only major issue is this, the spider claws. Look at this shit, man. That's the only thing I hate, man. I mean, I don't mind them doing the plastic case stuff. It's fine. Sometimes it gets damaged, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of a gamble. But this, it just ruins the packaging, man. It fucks it all up, dude. I mean, if you're a collector, this stuff matters to you, man. If you don't give a shit about it, then that's a whole nother thing, but us collectors, we care about this stuff, man. I mean, if you're paying that type of money, you're also paying for the packaging as well. Just saying. I know some of you would disagree with me, some agree with me, but it is the collector way. Just saying overall, man. I mean, I haven't even gotten a chance to watch this yet. I mean, that's the thing about it. I haven't even gotten a chance to watch this show. I am interested in watching it. Don't get me wrong. I really am. Everybody is telling me to watch it. Whether it's the Target Electronics manager, whether it's other friends out there, they're like, dude, you've got to watch House of the Dragon. And I'm like, okay, I'll get to it. Lord knows I got enough shit to watch already, man. So I haven't even watched a single episode of it. So I will watch it eventually. I promise. I will get a chance to talk about it. But right now, it looks cool. It looks awesome. I'll let the fanboys drool. And I will talk about it next time. I promise. Sometimes a smile can be truly deadly. In a smile. Oh, you bet your ass it is, man. And it's a smile that needs to stay away from my ass. Yo, baby, the DVD for $17.96, the Blu-ray digital for $19.96. Yes. Oh man, horror reigns supreme. Oh, it truly does, dude. Okay, I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater. I watched it by myself. I didn't have any of the guys with me. I know, crazy, right? As much as I love horror, as much as the rest of the guys love horror, I watched it solo. And the reason being is because, you know, the movie had been out for a long time, actually. And I had heard rumblings about it. I had heard people really championing the movie, really liking it. And I was kind of running out of time before it was going to leave the theater. So I'm like, dude, if I don't watch it soon, I'm shit out of luck. And so it was either try to plan something with the guys, which takes us a long fucking time to do, or just willy-nilly go and experience the shit. You know what? Hey, sometimes you just got to do it solo, baby. Sometimes you do indeed, and this time is definitely one of them. And oh, am I so fucking glad I did, man. I really am. I mean, basically, it's about this doctor, psychologist, psychiatrist woman. She's had a lot of issues in her life, and she gets this patient one day, this just out of nowhere woman who comes in, and she is so frantic. She is ranting about all kinds of shit. It makes no fucking sense, man. Invisible people coming after her and whatnot, and she's like, what the hell is happening here? And this woman was out of her goddamn mind. And before she knows it, this chick kills herself right in front of her. Like boom, like, man, she's just cutting her throat and she's down and it's fucking horrific and she's smiling the whole fucking time, man. You're like, wow, this is some really creeped out shit, dude. And she's traumatized by it. She's trying to get over this shit, but she just can't. I mean, seeing something like that, just as a regular person, would traumatize you. The fact that she's seen so much shit in her life already and dealt with so much trauma as it is, and then on top of that, seeing this chick off herself, like, yeah, it's a little much, man. And on top of that, she's getting these weird dreams, these nightmares, some sort of presence that's kind of coming after her. She can't really explain it or even understand it, but something is happening to her, some type of curse perhaps that has taken over her being, her body, her well-being, and sooner or later it's coming to collect. Oh, indeed it is, man. Yes, yeah, absolutely, baby. And all the horrific consequences that go from there. Man, let me tell you something. I dug the living hell out of this movie. Yes, it is a slow burn. I will fully admit that, man. This thing does take its time to get going and does draw out the horror and the thrills and the chills. It definitely does it, but I was entertained and I was intrigued the whole way through. There are certain movies where it's a slow burn and I'm just bored to tears. I was never bored once in the movie theater watching this thing. I was always sort of leaning in. I was like, okay, they're taking their time with this, but I'm intrigued by the paranoia and the frustrations and how it's affecting everyone around her and the consequences of that. I loved it. And it's all set up for when the real horrific payoff happens. And man, does it pay off in a big bad way, dude. I thought the scares were genuine here. I thought the acting was great. I mean, everybody is really elevating this to like creepazoid status, man. And it is amazing. I loved it. A simple smile. A smile, man, can be so horror fueled, so scary and terrifying, and this movie uses it in the best way possible, dude. It's absolutely fan-fucking-tastic, man. I love the creature effects. I love the jump scares. There's not many of them that are truly like jump at you scares, but it's not like a musical sting that really like hits you sometimes. It's just a simple smile, or a character walking through a doorway, or a person walking to a car. It's moments that sort of your guard is let down, I would say. And then just when you think you're safe, then something happens that really jolts you. And I really love that. And I think Smile does it perfectly. It's not for everybody. It's not this huge, crazy gore fest of a movie, even though it has some decent gore and blood effects in there. It's not this crazy hijink, Evil Dead, blood and gore and crazy shit all over the place. It's not that movie. It's a slow burn, psychological, horror, creepy style, scary flick. And I think it works perfectly for that. It really honestly does. And to me, I love the explanation of the creature. I love the explanation of this curse and how it's affecting everybody around them and how it transfers to one person to the next. I thought it was really clever and interesting. And I love the concept. And I think it's one that, because this film was as successful as it is, I could see them doing more, dude. I really honestly could. Smile 2, I kind of be down for it. I'm not gonna lie, man. It was really intriguing. It had me hooked to my seat nonstop. I was just intrigued where this thing was going, and I was entertained the whole way through, man. Horror has different shades. Sometimes you'll get the crazy, torture porn shit. Or you'll get, obviously the ghost stories, or you'll get the slashers. And every now and again, you get a really great dive into psychological horror, something that really messes with your mind. And this absolutely does it, dude. I remember leaving the movie theater, going down into the parking garage, and just hearing all these odd noises that were just affecting me. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck is that, dude? Then I heard something. What the fuck is happening? I was like, what the hell, dude? I fucking jammed towards my car like a mofo. You have no idea, man. I like dusted the pavement. I was like, dude, I'm getting to my car quick, man. Where are the fucking keys, dude? Oh, man. This just gets inside your brain in the best way possible, man. Once you see it, it's too late. And I'm damn glad for it. Oh, Smile really is a great representation of new school horror that really takes an old school idea and wraps it in a new way. And I really love it, man. Sometimes a good psychological twister, thriller, chiller is something that you definitely need to dig. And this one absolutely deserves the attention. Man, the shit that goes down in Amsterdam. The Blu-ray digital of Amsterdam for $24.96, a DVD for $19.96. Oh, let's take a trip to Amsterdam with three unlikely friends. Christian Bale, John David Washington, Margot Robbie, yes, and all the crazy hijinks and murder mysteries that happen from there, man. Oh, wowzers. Okay, so I watched this on Amazon Prime, right? And I didn't really know what to expect with the movie, because this film flopped hard in theaters. And I had heard everything. Some people say, well, it's kind of quirky and fun, and other people that said, well, it's kind of a mess of a movie. And so I'm like, okay, well, one or the other, so strap in, let's get this thing going, baby. And basically it takes place in the 1930s. These three close friends who have dealt with a lot of tragedy and heartache in their lives are sort of bonded over their time in the war. And later on in their lives, they have to come back together for this murder mystery that they're trying to solve, that they're implicated in, that they didn't do, but somebody did, and there's some sort of crazy conspiracy that's happening, and they have to solve it before it's too late. Now, that sounds really intriguing, right? That sounds really cool. Oh my God, man, that sounds really interesting, thrilling, and on the edge of your seat. Well, yeah, not so much. Not really, man. And I'm just being honest, like, the murder mystery part of it is cool, but they don't really do much with it. It's sort of like just window dressing to basically a movie about random shit with random people and random encounters. That's all this movie is, dude. It's just one tale of meeting up with this quirky person to the next tale of meeting up with this weird quirky person, and some quirky dialogue about these weird people and their circumstances, and on to the next goddamn thing. And every now and again we kind of get back to the whole murder mystery plot that they have to solve by the end of the movie before it's too late. or there's going to be crazy consequences. That honestly doesn't really even fucking matter. I mean, I'm serious, dude. Like, it's a hodgepodge of different things. Like, it's a murder mystery, it's a quirky comedy, it's a love story, it's a drama. Like, it's like this melting pot of ideas, but none of them come together in any satisfying way. And that's the odd part about it, because I kind of thought it was an alright movie. I mean, the acting is really good here. Christian Bale is great as always. John David Washington is really solid. Margot Robbie is here, and a ton of great cameos. I mean, whether we're talking about Chris Rock, Anya Taylor-Joy, Michael Shannon, Robert De Niro, Rami Malek, Zoe Saldana, Mike fucking Myers, dude. I mean, seriously. I mean, this has a lot of actors in it, and they all do pretty well. It's just literally one quirky scenario after another, and just, oh, well, we have to meet up with this person about the case, and then they talk about random shit that doesn't even make any sense to the case. But figured, well, since the actor's here, why not just kind of waste time talking about random shit, because they're getting paid anyway. Like, that's all I think of. Like, it almost felt like the director was making this movie and had the idea about the murder mystery, and then was like, oh, well, we'll make it about the war, and we'll make it about soldiers and camaraderie, and we'll make it about this love story, and we'll make it about, you know, these quirky friends and all the people that they meet on their road to solving this mysterious case. And it's like, stick to one thing and perfect it, because this movie doesn't really know how to do that. And that's really unfortunate, because again, all the actors really bring their A game, and they're really trying their hardest, but there's not much here to really go off of, other than quirky moments with quirky actors doing their best to be quirkier than the next person. And I suppose that's fun, but it doesn't really amount to much, and that's really the unfortunate thing about it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's kind of a time waster of a movie. If I had to say anything, it's like the Seinfeld of movies. Like, it's literally a movie about nothing, and yet everything at the same time. And yeah, I'm confused even just thinking about it, and I watched the damn thing. I did, dude. I could see why people left the movie theater confused. I could see why people really weren't engaged with this movie, because what are we trying to do here? I mean, seriously. We have a little bit of the murder mystery, and then that goes away for a while. And then we're on to this woman and her psychological disorder, and these doctors who are trying to keep her locked up for some weird reason, and the relationships that she had with them, and some weird conspiracy with the Nazis, and oh man, dude, like, it's all over the place. And I could see, again, why people just tuned out of this goddamn thing. I mean, like I said, it has moments that it's really brilliant, and moments where it kind of works, but they're fleeting at best, dude. Like I said, this thing is a hodgepodge of fucking ideas, man, and I wish they would have nailed down one of them, because had they, it would have been kind of good. But if you're looking for a movie that's all over the place, shit, have at it, because this is definitely going to be your jam. If you're going to fight like a woman. The Woman King, yes. The Blu-ray digital for $19.96. The DVD for $17.96. Based on true events. Well, kinda, sorta, not really, twisted a bit. Yeah, you know how Hollywood goes, baby. Oh, yeah, you definitely do, man. So I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime. I watched it with my girlfriend because I thought, as far as women's history, and considering my girlfriend is getting her PhD in history, women's history specifically, I was like, you know what, she's probably gonna really dig something like this. And so, yeah, why not, man? I missed it in the movie theater, but I had heard some really great things about this movie, man. I heard some really fantastic stuff. But then again, there's a lot of controversy to this film. So would it at least be good as an entertaining movie? Well, that's the thing. So basically, this movie is about the Agoji, which is this fierce unit of female warriors that is protecting this African kingdom against rival tribes or even slave traders. Yes, that old chestnut. Obviously, selling their people off or capturing people and selling them to the highest bidder. Yeah. Slavery was never a good thing, especially back in the day, but, well, it paid for some. And so now this tribe is trying to consider what's right, what's wrong, how do we figure this out in a world where guns and money are king, and also trying to fend off rival tribes, and all of the action and the complications that go with that, and proving yourself as a warrior. Yes. Yes, indeed, man. You know, look, I'm going to be honest here and say that, you know, yes, the controversy is what it is, and I'll get into it later, trust me, but I got to admit, just as a movie, as an entertaining film, or has the potential to be that, I thought it worked in spades. Now, when I was watching it with my girlfriend, the first 20 minutes or so, her and I were very bored. Like, we were thinking, this is really, like, just feeling stretched out. It's not really going anywhere. We were like, oh man, if this thing is over 2 hours long, it's going to be a long ass watch, dude. We were like, oh man, this is not going to be pleasant. But then after about 20 minutes or so, it really starts to kick in, and you really start to get more of the story. You get more of the involvement with the characters. The action is really ramped up in a big bad way. And you know, the rest of the time just flew by, man, and I was absolutely intrigued by the characters and the drama and the interaction and the politics within the kingdom itself. It's so good, it's so intriguing and thrilling and fascinating, and I loved it to death, man. I really did. And the acting alone is amazing here. I mean, Viola Davis, my God, man, she is amazing here. She is fierce, she is badass, she is dangerous, but yet underneath she is incredibly vulnerable. And she plays a really amazing character, man. I mean, even John Boyega, who plays the king of the kingdom, I mean, he's no slouch in here as well. I mean, he's not the best in the movie, but he's good for what he is, man. And everybody else does a fantastic job as a supporting cast around these people. I love the setting, I love the cinematography, I love the costumes. I think this is a really great movie with not a big, huge budget, but it really shows off its budget in a great way and really gives you the production values of like a $100 million, $200 million movie, but on a smaller scale. And it's so fantastic in that way. Even the action, dude. The action is epic for what they have. I mean, you could really tell that these people train their asses off, and they really put in the work to make the action as epic as they possibly could. And man, it pays off in spades. It's some of the best live action sequences with barely any CGI that I've seen in a long time, man. I mean, look, you can go back to the old school Gladiator days, you could do that stuff, but this is right up there, man. It's fucking epic, and it's absolutely fantastic, man. And I think it's a well-told story with well-told characters, a well-rounded story that intrigues you and keeps you fascinated and keeps you entertained. And that's the most important part, because it's not only a character drama, but it's an action movie. It's both equal parts, and it works on both levels. It's really that good, that solid. And yes, is it a little too Hollywood? Sure. Does it wrap up in a very sort of comfy, predictable way? Yes, it does. I'm sure that's not exactly the truth, honestly. But as far as like a Hollywood movie standard is concerned, it is what it is, and I think they did a pretty good job overall with it. Is it 100% satisfying as far as a true story is concerned? No, because boy, they flub a shitload of it. But that being said, as far as an entertaining action set piece, drama-fueled exploration of this African kingdom, I think they pulled it off in spades, and they did a really great fucking job here, man. It's not perfect. It's got its problems, especially when it comes to the actual story aspects. But that being said, as a movie, man, it entertained the ever-loving shit out of me. And these women, yeah, I'm not messing with that many goddamn time soon. Trust me. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Well, I'm damn glad you are regardless. In the Blu-ray digital of Clerks III, baby, for $16.96. The DVD for $14.96. Oh yes, those damn clerks are back yet again for more wacky hijinks. Oh, you bet your ass they are, man. Oh boy. So I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with Bob. We ended up going to a Fathom event screening, and I wanted to, dude, because I am an old school Kevin Smith fan. I am a fan of his early films. I am a fan of the Clerks franchise, okay? And for me, it's really been a series that has kind of bucked the trend, I would say, because I remember that first Clerks film, which came out, like 94 and 95, and it's so crazy to think that it's been almost 30 fucking years, dude. I keep thinking like the 90s was like yesterday or some shit. Man, I keep thinking about that. I'm like, oh yeah, the 90s was like what? It was like that long ago? Oh my god, man. And it was so good of a movie, man. It really changed a lot of the way independent film was really being looked at the time, and Kevin Smith was really a champion of independent film at that particular moment. And it was such a great film, and he went on to do some other amazing stuff. And then years later, when he went on to do the sequel, I was nervous as a motherfucker, man. I was like, oh dude, is he really gonna do a sequel to Clerks? I was scared as shit. I was in the movie theater, I think it was like 2005. I was in the theater watching that with Bob, and we walked in, and I was like bawling nerves. I was like, dude, I don't know if this is good. I don't know if this is bad. All I know is that he's going back to the well, and let's hope to God that he pulls it off. And I left the movie theater, and I was so fucking shocked how good that movie was. I was like, holy shit, dude, he pulled it off. He pulled off the damn near impossibility of actually making a Clerks 2 that is actually not only just as good as the first film, maybe even better. How the fuck is that possible, dude? Seriously. It was an amazing feat that he did. And so I'm like, dude, he just did something that's damn near almost unheard of. And sometimes, you know, when you try it, you fail epically, and he did it. So I'm like, okay. And that was supposed to be the end of the Devious universe, right? Okay, cool. If you're gonna go out on a high note, right? All right. And then he did other movies, Zack and Miri Make a Porno and Red State, all that jazz, right? And then he started to think, hey, maybe I could come back to the Devious universe. And he ended up doing, oh my god, man, that Jay and Silent reboot. Dude, man, that movie is a hot turd. That movie is a steamy pile, man. God damn, I hate that thing. It is really just terribly written. I hate the fucking characters. It's not even funny at all, man. And the Jay and Silent Bob character that I love so much, they just turned them into complete asshole idiots, which I guess they were anyways, but man, they really doubled down on that shit in a big bad way. And it didn't work for me, man. It was fucking terrible. And so when he was announcing he was going to do Clerks 3, I was scared. I was like, dude, no. Like, don't do it, please. Because if you're going to do it anything like the Jay and Silent Bob reboot, man, I am going to be pissed. I'm going to be fucking fuming like a mofo. And so I went in the movie theater, and I was scared. I was terrified. And after watching the movie, after leaving the theater and really talking about it and discussing it with Bob, I got to admit, I really enjoyed this film. And let me tell you something, this film is hotly divided, man. People really are divided into two major camps. You either really like this movie or you fucking loathe it, man. It is one or the other. It's not, well, it's kind of good. It's like, no, man, people really are split on this thing in a big bad way. And I am in the camp where I actually liked it. It's not a perfect movie. And I could see where you end Clerks II on a happy note with the characters finally getting the things that they deserve in life, and you ride off into the sunset. That's a good story, and I can't quite say I blame you. But for Kevin Smith, that's not so easy, man. And I like the idea that basically they're at the quick stop and Randall ends up getting the heart attack. He thinks he's gonna die. He's saved, and he realizes, you know what, look, man, I've been wasting my life. I want to make a film. I want to make something that people are gonna remember, and why not do it about my life, about the life that we've had here at the quick stop and the encounters that I've dealt with and all that jazz. And so they decide to do it, and all the hilarious sort of consequences that go along with that, man. Look, this movie is many things. It's a tragedy, it's a comedy, it's a drama, it's a nostalgia trip. It's a lot of things all at once, and I'm not saying that it 100% works, because it really doesn't. There is things in the movie that I have problems with. There are certain character situations and choices that I didn't see coming and I thought could have been different. Other characters that shouldn't have even been there. Other ones where I'm like, why did he do that? I mean, there's a lot of things in here that either you're going to roll with or you're going to be upset by. But I have to say that it still has that Clerks feeling to it. It still feels like it belongs in the Kevin Smith Devious universe. And I like the idea that these characters have grown over the years as they've gotten older. That's something that is incredibly important to me, because sometimes, like with that Bill and Ted movie, Face the Music, right? Not that it's a terrible movie necessarily, but those characters, even though they were older, they didn't grow. They were just the same dumbass motherfuckers, and that's it. Yeah, kind of makes for, hey, they're the same old dudes that we knew way back in the day. But I'm like, dude, at a certain point, you kind of have to grow, don't you? I mean, in some small fucking way, please. And at least with these characters, they have. And I appreciate that for what it's worth, man. And look, the movie is still really funny. It has some really great, hilarious moments. And I love really taking a nostalgia trip through the Devious universe, through the first Clerks film, and really seeing it through the eyes of older characters. That's something that I really appreciate, and you really feel the characters really going back to their roots and really understanding their lives from a different perspective. And I think that's definitely what Kevin Smith wants to do, and I feel like he really accomplished that with this movie. There are some really heartbreaking scenes, there are some really great dramatic moments, and I think it comes together, in my mind, in a very satisfying way. I know, look, dude, there's a lot of people out there, and maybe even you, that are really upset by this movie. They're like, dude, he ruined Clerks. He fucked with my childhood. I'm sure Kevin Smith has heard it, and I'm sure some of you guys will let me know, but I never felt that way. Do I think Clerks 2 is the more perfect ending? Yes, I do. But I think this is still a very satisfying moment for the characters and for the movies and for the series, and it kind of, in a small way, it kind of felt right. Getting older and seeing your life from a different way that you normally wouldn't see it, and re-experiencing things and meeting up with old flames and people that you can reconnect with as you get older, those are things that I appreciate, and I think this movie explores them in a really satisfying way, and I can really appreciate it. It's not everything that Clerks fans want, it's not everything that I wanted, but I gotta admit that at the end of the day, I was satisfied. And as a Clerks fan, as an old school Kevin Smith fan, that definitely relieved the hell out of me. One more time back to the well, consider me a fan. If I had parents like George Clooney and Julia Roberts, yeah, I'd probably disown him too. The Blu-ray DVD digital Ticket to Paradise for $22.96, the DVD for $17.96, and oh boy, some crazy romantic comedy hilariousness or Well, lack thereof. Oh, man, yeah. I watched this on Amazon Prime, and you know what? Look, I wanted to watch it because George Clooney, Julia Roberts, they're class acts, right? They're really great actors and actresses. They're top tier. And so I'm like, a romantic comedy with them. Okay, well, the trailer didn't do much for me, but that's just the trailer. You know, they can't tell me it's bad, right? I mean, I gotta watch it for myself. And I did. And I found out just how unfunny this goddamn thing is. Oh, shit. Okay, look, basically, it's these two exes, Clooney and Julia Roberts, and their daughter is getting hitched with this guy from Bali, and they're like, this is a terrible decision. She just graduated to become a lawyer. She's got her whole future ahead of her, and she's doing this sort of shotgun wedding, marrying this guy. What the hell is she doing? I know that we hate each other, but we got to come together to stop this from happening. And so all the hilarious hijinks that go from there. Yeah, no. Look, guys, I'm going to be honest here. This movie is unfunny as shit. It is an absolute bore fest, and I was just sitting there, like, waiting for something to actually amuse me in this bitch, and nothing did whatsoever, dude. I mean, even the chemistry between George Clooney and Julia Roberts, I mean, these are pro actors, and even the chemistry is off. Like, it doesn't even feel right. I know they're exes and they hate each other, but under the surface, there is a little bit of love that they have for one another. And that didn't even come across at all. Even when they hate on each other, it feels fake and forced. It doesn't feel right, man. And even the romantic comedy stuff between them and trying to stop the wedding and all the sort of, we're old people and we're doing young people things, and look at us, how we're boomers and shit. And I'm like, oh my God, are we really doing this? Oh, fucking hell, man. It just doesn't work. And even the romance angle with their daughter and the guy from Bali, that doesn't even work because they don't give them enough time to really establish their love for each other. They just party one night, and then the next thing you know, the parents are getting an email like, hey, we're getting married. And I'm like, dude, if I was the parents, I'd be fucking pissed. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, you slept with the first guy you see and that's the one you go with? I mean, okay, sometimes it works out, but I mean, you know, the shit you do in Bali should stay in Bali. You know what I mean? Good God, man. Lord. The romance angle doesn't work. The comedy feels forced and lifeless, and the chemistry is just not there. It's wasted. It's just wasted opportunity, and it just doesn't work, and I wish it did, man. I mean, I kind of wish that I would have loved to have seen Julia Roberts with Richard Gere. I would have loved to have seen that pairing again. Whether it was from Pretty Woman or Runaway Bride, something like that, I would have loved to have seen it. But, man, the chemistry here is so off, and the dialogue is so forced. The movie is so predictable. I mean, you even have the whole, like, well, I'm the drunk female friend that gives wisdom occasionally. Like, I mean, oh, fucking hell, man. This was just a lame-ass turd burger of a fucking movie, dude. I didn't laugh once. And the thing about it, if it's a straight-up comedy or a romantic comedy, doesn't matter. The biggest sin, I've always said this, the biggest sin that a comedy can make is that it's just not funny. And this bitch is not funny at all. Not even one goddamn iota, man. It just is cringeworthy. And I know it made a lot of money at the box office, but I'm trying to figure out why, dude. I mean, it's beautiful to look at. Bali is gorgeous, don't get me wrong, man. I mean, they take advantage of the budget, but, man, this shit sucks balls. Donkey balls at that, man. Fucking terrible. Dude, man. I mean, like I said, I love these actors. They're great. I love a good romantic comedy, but this, oh, man, this does not make the grade, man. I mean, as far as exes finding love again, you know, honestly, George Clooney can do better than Julia Roberts. And Julia Roberts, well, not that she can do much better, but hey, Pretty Woman, man, this shit ain't. Hey, look, they got this only a Walmart plushie for Bluey with the season 1 DVD for $19.96. Not that I know anything about Bluey since I don't have any little kids, but if they do, I mean, it's actually a really good exclusive for the kids. It's probably one of the best I've ever seen, because a lot of times with the kids, there's like weird wristbands or there's puzzles or some shit like that. This is actually the best I've seen in a long while. I mean, for 1996, you get the season 1 DVD and the plushie. One hell of a deal. Sure. For all you parents with the young kiddies out there, might be a steal worth having, just saying, man. They got that. They also have, speaking of interesting, weird oddities, Lyle Crocodile, the DVD digital for $17.96 and the Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96. Oh, very nice. Wrap up your presents with the most hippest crocodile you've ever seen. And especially one that doesn't eat your ass. So actually, there's a lot of benefits to it. You get a good song and dance routine, and you're not dinner. I'd say that's pretty much a plus. I would indeed, man. Oh, dude, I saw this on Amazon Prime, and I don't know what the fuck I was expecting from this goddamn thing. I seriously don't know. It's based off a series of books, and I've never read any of these books. I didn't even know that this book series existed, alright? I had no fucking clue about that at all. So here I am like, okay, talking song and dance routine like Crocodile comedy musical. Okay, I've seen weirder, but, shit, this is pretty weird. But hell, I'll go with it, man. So basically, it's about Lyle, and he's found in this shop by none other than Javier Bardem himself, from No Country of Old Men to Lyle Crocodile. I mean, it's a step. Not saying it's a step above, but it's a step something. For what it's worth, man. And he finds out that he can sing. He's got an incredible, beautiful voice. He dances. He's like, oh my God, there's a cash cow, baby. And so he goes on this sort of generic version of America's Got Talent, and Lyle freezes up. He can't sing, and so he's laughed off of the stage. He's borrowed so much money, he's got to leave, and so Lyle is in the house by himself. Eventually, cut to many months later, probably a year and a half later, and a new family comes in who has their own difficulties and struggles and drama, and, well, they meet up with Lyle, and suddenly, life gets better. Because the life lesson of this movie is, well, if you have issues in your life, just meet an animated singing and dancing crocodile, and your worries just breeze away. Ah, yes. Don't we all need a Lyle in our lives? When you can find it, get it, baby. Oh, indeed you do, man. Look, the movie is okay. It's kind of an oddity of a film. It's not really for me. I mean, I had fun with the movie. I thought the performances were kind of quirky and entertaining. I loved Javier Bardem as this sort of weird, quirky showman type of shyster, which I really like, man. And Constance Wu is actually really good here as well, playing the mother. She's fantastic. I like that. And actually, even Shawn Mendes playing Lyle, I thought he had a really great singing voice. The dance routines were really great. I love the songs. I mean, it's not as good as Greatest Showman. I mean, it's from the same songwriters, but not nearly as good as Greatest Showman. But they're not bad either. They're definitely good sing-along tunes that kids would definitely get into. The animation on Lyle was okay. It's not exactly the most realistic thing you've ever seen in the fucking world, man. I doubt you would ever mistake him for a real crocodile. But that being said, it was what it was, man. I mean, basically, Lyle doesn't talk. All Lyle does is sing. Like, he'll go out of his way to be like, feed me now, I need sustenance. Like, he'll do something like that. We're like, okay. But for the most part, he's fun-loving, he's quirky, he's happy-go-lucky, and yes, he has his own self-doubts and everything, but the family sort of, makes him more confident and makes him more sure of himself. So not only does Lyle really improve the family's life, but the family improves Lyle's life. Oh, aren't we all happy? Yes, indeed, man. Like I said, it's cute, it's quirky, it's lovable. Kids are gonna definitely love the singing and dancing. Adults might get a little bit of a chuckle out of it here and there, but for the most part, it's definitely a kiddie movie, and that's for damn sure. It is what it is. It's not perfect, and honestly, Shawn Mendes' voice coming out of a crocodile is not exactly the thing I ever thought I'd see or ever want to see. But that being said, it is what it is, and I had a fun, entertaining time regardless. It's a nice little time waster. Not for me, but the kiddies will learn that crocodiles are really nice, really fun, really entertaining, and they don't eat people. Well, not Lyle. I can't guarantee that other crocodiles are going to be like Lyle, but hey, if you want to get close to one and see if they sing and dance, have at it. That's at your own risk. What in the alien hell is this? Alienoid? Huh, the DVD for $12.96. Oh, that's kind of cool actually, man. Nice. Yo, look at that. Whoa, that is one cool-ass looking robot alien motherfucker. Wow, that looks so cool. Yo, that actually looks kind of badass, man. I mean, mind you, straight-to-DVD covers lie like a mofo, so don't get your hopes up just yet, man. Alienoid, directed by Choi Dong-hoon. Huh. Is the first in a planned series of 2 epic sci-fi action time warpers. A tale of 2 eras, Alienoid follows 2 shamans seeking a legendary time-bending blade as they unexpectedly cross paths with modern-era people hunting down a dangerous alien concealed inside a human's body. What? Yo, this looks fantastic, man. This looks freaking awesome. Holy cow, even the designs of the aliens look fucking weird and badass, dude. Man, it reminds me of like the weird alien shit I used to see back in the day in like Farscape or some shit. Man, this looks cool. Yo, I know it's like foreign language and everything, but I could give a shit about that. I know people really harp on that. Well, it's foreign language, subtitles, or whatever that shit. And I'm like, you know what, man? As long as it's an entertaining movie, who gives a fuck? I mean, honestly, dude. And this looks pretty fucking weird, man. I would be down for Alienoid. I really would, man. If it's half as good as what some of the images are, dude, I'm down for that shit, man. I like weird, quirky alien shit. And this might be down my alley, dude. If you know what it is, if you've seen it, dude, let me know. This one looks freaking awesome, dude. Not bad at all for a little bit of Alienoid love. Who'd have thought, man? And who'd have thought we'd get a little bit more Stephen Lang evil weirdness in Old Man, the DVD for $9.96. Now, I had a chance to watch Old Man on Amazon Prime, and I wanted to because Stephen Lang, dude. Stephen Lang's the man. You know, he's pretty much good at being one weird, evil motherfucker. He really is, dude. As long as he doesn't have a turkey baster, consider me a fan. Consider me a fan indeed, dude. So I definitely wanted to watch this, and basically, it's about this really old, senile guy. I don't know whether he's losing his mind or whatever, but this young guy ends up knocking on his door, and he's got a shotgun right to this young guy's face. He doesn't know why he's here, what his deal is. So suddenly this young man is literally forced at gunpoint to stay there and explain himself until this old man is comfortable. And even when he is, dude, you have no idea what this guy could potentially be capable of. One minute he's really nice, the next minute he's absolutely volatile, and you don't even know the young guy's game either. I mean, is he honest? Is he real about his intentions, or is he there for other purposes? And it's sort of this cat and mouse, who do you trust type of game, man. And you know, when I was watching the movie, at first I was really intrigued by the film because there's a certain amount of tension with the shotgun with this guy that either has Alzheimer's or dementia. He's really out of it, man. And this one guy who just happens to come across this cabin deep in the woods, remote, who do you trust? What are their real intentions? And you're trying to feel out the situation, kind of like what the characters are trying to do. And it was really intriguing and fascinating and engaging at first. But that only lasted for a little while, man. And I'm serious, because after a bit of time, maybe even a half hour, 40 minutes, the movie doesn't have anything else. Because it's basically these two people going back and forth about their lives, and that's all it is. And they're trying to sort of figure each other out. You know, each of them are a little bit sus. So, you know, what's exactly going on? But once the intrigue is sort of gone, once it's sort of lost, it's two people just mundanely talking about their lives and their issues that they've had, and that's it. And the tension sort of goes away, and it's not until the last, I don't know, 5 minutes of the movie, 10-ish, that you start to get this twist. And the twist is like, okay, I'm intrigued by the twist. It kind of works, but what does it mean? And who the fuck is this weird man in black dude? Like, what the fuck? Is it the devil? Is he in hell? Is this Twin Peaks? Like, what the fuck's happening, man? Like, I have no idea. I was waiting for like, you know, the Red Room or some shit. Like, I was like, what the fuck's happening here, man? Like the big giant and the, you know, backwards talking midget. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? I don't know, dude. Like, a part of me kind of liked it, but it doesn't have much to the film. There's a level of danger to it, but it kind of goes away after a while, and then it starts to ramp up at the last, like, 10 or 5 minutes of the movie when they're like, oh my god, yeah, we do have to end this shit. So we have to have some sort of ending where it kind of makes sense as to why we've wasted people's time for an hour and fucking half, man. Just mundanely old, senile man and this young, sort of geeky kid. Like, okay. Dude, it had moments that it was really great, moments where there's some really great tension, but it didn't really last. It's a movie that's an hour and a half, but it's a story that really could have been told in, like, maybe 40 to an hour time limit, and that's it, and you would have been very satisfied with that. It felt like it was overextending itself for overextending itself's sake. It just felt like it was going on and on and on, and didn't really have any point to the film until they had to have a point in order to end it in some sort of kind of satisfying way that makes you, oh my god, what I just watched, the rest of the film is so different now, and I have to rewatch it to find the clues. And I'm like, oh jeez, I'm not doing that. I don't know, it has its moments. I like Stephen Lang here. He's always really good, even in, you know, mundane, not top tier stuff. He's still solid. This is one of them. I like the cabin setting. I like the intrigue between the two of them. You know, the danger aspect of survival, kill or be killed, who's really the enemy. I like that idea. It just didn't really go in a very satisfying direction for me, and that's really the ultimate problem. A time waster. It felt like it was overextending itself just for the sake of doing it because it had to be feature length, but not the best. Interesting, but kind of confusing, and at the end of the day, the twist really is just kind of just added for the sake of added sake. A shame, because it had a lot of potential, but Old Man is one that should stay in the cabin. It's better that way. Everybody get down! Get down right now! Because we're in an ambush! Ah! Is everybody okay? We alright? Oh shit, wait a minute. Forgot we were in a Walmart for a second. Oh, I thought we were in the war zone with the ambush, baby. Based on a true story from the director of Taken. Nice, alright. A little bit of wartime drama, action, spectacle goodness, perhaps. On the final patrol of their deployment, 3 soldiers are ambushed by heavily armed militants, leaving them wounded, isolated, and nearly out of ammunition. Damn, they're fucked, man. Holy shit, they are, dude. Upon receiving word of the attack, their commanding officer undertakes a daring midnight hour operation to free his man. Damn right he does, dude. I mean, seriously. Is there any other option? Come on, man. You know what this reminds me of, actually? from the synopsis and everything like that, some of the imagery, it reminds me of Black Hawk Down. Yeah, you remember that one? So good. I love Black Hawk Down, man. That is one of the best war movies in recent memory. It's so fucking phenomenal, dude. It's great, man. So this kind of has shades of that. It doesn't look half bad. Could be an interesting, action war drama. It really could. And from the director of Taken, Pierre Morel, actually, he's a really solid director. Can't say everything he's done is absolutely phenomenal, but this is pretty damn good as far as at least a war drama is concerned. It has potential if done right. I've seen so many war movies over the years. You need the budget, you need the action, you need the blockbuster spectacle goodness to it to really pull it off as being very effective and gritty. You need the acting, yes, but you need that really great wartime feel to it. The best ones do, man. Whether we're talking about Saving Private Ryan or Platoon or Full Metal Jacket, even the stuff nowadays like Black Hawk Down, 13 Hours, stuff like that. I mean, you need that really great spectacle being in the thick of it, man. That's really gonna get your blood pumping and boiling, you know what I mean? It has the potential to be it if it is done effectively. Taken is a really great movie. Can't say the rest of the franchise is good, but hey, Taken ain't half bad, man. And if he can at least replicate the grittiness and badass effectiveness of Taken, he's got my vote. Just saying, man, he definitely does. Not bad at all for a little bit of ambush love. From ambushes in the war to American Murder? American Murder, the DVD for $12.96. Look at this, man. Based on the incredible true crime story. They're all incredible until you watch the damn thing. Oh, indeed, man. Ryan Phillippe, Idina Menzel. Oh, Jackie Weaver, too. Not bad. Look at this. Interesting. What is this about? Based on a true story, the riveting thriller follows Jason Derek Brown, charismatic con man bankrolling the extravagant lifestyle through a series of scams. On Brown's trail, Lance Leslie, Ryan Phillippe, a dogged FBI special agent determined to put Brown behind bars for good for his wrongdoings. When Brown's funds run low and his past catches up with him, he puts his most elaborate scheme yet, pitting himself against Leslie in a deadly game of cat and mouse and becoming the most unlikely and elusive fugitive on the FBI's most wanted list. Yo, that does sound good, man. A little cat and mouse thriller game ain't half bad, man. Not half bad at all. There's a lot of these type of movies out there, dude. I mean, they make them every single damn year. There's a whole slew of them that comes out, dude. So it's not like it's anything new. It's not like it's reinventing the game exactly, but it could be a nice little time waster thriller. And Ryan Phillippe's a good actor, man. I mean, he's not top tier like he used to be, but I still think he's pretty solid from time to time, man. I do. It doesn't look half bad, actually. Not too bad for a little bit of American Murder love. Maybe. Kinda, sorta. Maybe predictable, but since it's based on a true story, an incredible true story, might be worth it. Might indeed. So from ambushes to American murders and scams and cat and mouse games to fathers and daughters. Actually, strong fathers and strong daughters. Oh, from Pure Flicks, faith in entertainment. It's no longer Dove love. It's Pure Flicks love. Oh, indeed it is, man. Oh, Lord. What do we got now for all the faith-based fans out there? What do we have indeed? When a wealthy businessman learns of his daughter's sudden engagement to a missionary... Wait a minute. Can missionaries even get married? Is that even a thing? Don't they, have an oath or something not to marry or date or fuck? I mean, I'm serious. I don't know anything about it. I thought they couldn't do it because of their, vow to God. But then again, let's be honest. A lot of people that vow things to God don't exactly actually end up being faithful. Just saying. Oh, man. Murray's on a quest to keep her closer to home, but when his efforts go awry, he must consider what it means to be a strong father. Ah, yes. So, if we're not going to Bali to destroy one daughter's life, we're making sure she doesn't marry the missionary. Oh, yes, indeed. Because, We can ruin her life and marry just this farmer in Bali. Oh, that's so un-American. And we certainly can't have her marry a missionary that's close to God because, well, let's be honest, a lot of them don't exactly keep their promises. So, who's the better fit? The missionary or the Bali farmer? I don't know, man. It's like pissing in the wind. It's gonna come back at you one way or another. Shit. You really will, dude. I don't know. You know, these faith-based movies, man, they're alright. They are what they are, man. I've only liked a few of them, and the ones that I do didn't really shove it down your throat. The ones that really do that, they're not really my type of movies. I don't really like them all that much, man. I don't need to be told what to believe or what to think by these movies. Subtlety is a thing, and it's good to use it, but these movies don't exactly follow that rule. I don't know, it could be good, I guess. You know, a father and a daughter love drama with a little bit of faith mixed in. Sure, have at it. These things make a shitload of money every single year, and Lord knows they'll be making more of them. Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see that indeed, man. Hopefully it's worth it, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it indeed, man. They also have that DVD Digital 7 movie gift set of all these wonderful faith-based movies. Yes, if you can't get enough of one, let's hope 7 does the trick. Oh boy, let's hope indeed, man. For all you faith-based lovers out there for the holiday season, give a little 7 movie collection faith-based goodness. Somebody will appreciate it. God, I hope. Oh, God, I hope indeed, man. Wow, look at this, man. Physical media love has arrived at Walmart. Finally, took enough damn time, didn't it? Oh, it really did. Not have Band for the Love this week, but maybe there's more we're checking out.
Oh, indeed we do. More release love?
Oh, absolutely, baby. Like a little bit of
Holy night, silent night, deadly night collection. Thank the Lord for Vestron that they put out this sleeve. Oh, am I thankful indeed, baby. God damn, dude, the Silent Night, Deadly Night collection. Oh, the Blu-ray digital for $17.96, man. That is a pretty sweet deal. Yes, I've heard other deals out there from Amazon or Best Buy, but I mean, regardless, less than $20 for 3 movies that, as of recent, were pretty much out of print. So you know what? Thank the Lord for that indeed, baby. Thank the Lord for Vestron. They are doing the physical media God's work. Oh, indeed they are, man. Wow. I cannot believe that this got this nice of a fucking release, man. These 3 movies, dude. Holy hell. Damn, man. Look, I love the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise. Seriously, dude. I love the shit out of it. It is so cheesy. It is ridiculous. Over the top. Man, weird as shit. And I can't get enough of it, man. It's so fucking cool, dude. And it's kind of weird because, you know, the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise started out as this guy dressed up as Santa killing people, and every subsequent movie, they slowly but surely got away from it. I mean, one of these movies, Bill Moseley's brain is exposed, and he's like going mad and insane and killing people. There's one with Clint Howard. Fucking Mickey Rooney, man. Mickey motherfucking Rooney, that Class A actor, literally is in the 5th movie playing this evil, demented toy maker. I'm like, what the fuck, man? We got so far away from this shit. It's unbelievable. But I love it. And I just love how they went more crazy and insane and bizarro the more this franchise went on, dude. Yes, they could have done the whole Killer Santa thing every single movie, but oh, they decided to go a little bit more clever with it. And I really appreciate that, man. I seriously do. This series is fucking bonkers, man. I'm not even joking you. Man, this is crazy. If you've only seen maybe the first movie and never seen anything else, man, strap in because you are in it for a wild fucking ride, dude. Man, I watched these way back in the day, the VHS era shit. So, man, I haven't revisited these in a long ass time, but man, for less than $20, I might just have to do that. I mean, look at all these special features, man. Dude, any other fucking company would probably put these things out and barely even put any features on there. You know, just as, hey, it's out there, buy it, you know, it's going to go out of print sometime soon, whatever. But man, Vestron put the love into these, and damn, does it show. I never thought that I would see this collection set of these 3 films out in a collector's edition package, man. Dude, I'm fucking jonesing right now, man. This is one of the best holiday miracles of all time. Silent Night, Deadly Night. Man, this is the shit. It's weird, it's ridiculous, it's over the top, it's bizarre like a motherfucker. But dude, this is my motherfucking jam. And this is how I want Christmases to be. Like Silent Night, Deadly Night. All the time, motherfucker. If you're gonna call anybody, call Jane. Ah, yes, the DVD for $15.44. It's an interesting price, but I gotta admit, what an interesting movie. Oh, Elizabeth Banks, Sigourney Weaver, you are not alone. Damn right, baby. You know, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I didn't really know much about it, but I love the actors. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give this thing a chance. Basically, it's about Elizabeth Banks here, and her husband and daughter, they're living the American dream, the American life, until she, oh, by the way, ends up getting pregnant, which is all fine and dandy, but what ends up happening is that there's complications. She could die from the pregnancy. The regular medical field is not really willing to help her and basically saying you can't get an abortion or even any medical advice that could steer you towards an abortion. And so she has to go a different route, a different road, and she has to go the underground way in order to potentially save her life. Yes, it might end the baby, but at the end of the day, if it saves her, it might be worth doing. Indeed it is, man. Now this takes place in around like 1968, around there. So it's not like it's a modern day movie or anything. I mean, modern day as it's being made now, but not modern day in the situation. And it's interesting because, man, a movie like this, dude, it's such a hot topic nowadays, man. Jeez, it really is. And whether or not you agree with abortion or don't agree with it, whatever way you choose, I think stories like this really do need to be told, because there is certain instances where you really do feel like this type of situation is worth it, whether it is the danger to the mother or the baby or any medical complications, serious illness, you name it. And the idea that she had to go to this underground place in order to do it, that was what it was like back in the day, man. And the idea that you had to do these underground procedures, and it was kind of creepy and foreboding, and these strangers that are just helping you and you're just giving them money for this procedure, it was kind of low-key nasty, you know what I mean? But that's what they had to do back in the day in order to make this stuff happen. And I love the idea of this all-American woman who believes one thing and slowly but surely changes her mind the other way based on her own situation and complications. I thought it was a fantastic movie, man. I thought the actors were solid here. Sigourney Weaver's great. Elizabeth Banks is awesome. I love the setting. I love the costumes, the directing, cinematography. Everything here is really well done. It's a low-key movie about a very touchy subject, and I think they do pretty well with it. They go into the controversies, they go into the human beings and these people that are doing it. Some are just doing it for the sake of helping women. Others are doing it plainly for the money situation behind it. You name it. And I like the idea that everyone is doing it for different reasons, and even though that gets tricky at times, are they doing it for the right reasons? Are they there for the reasons that you hope they're there for? And I like that. I like the idea that it is different shades of gray. It's not completely black and white. And that's interesting to me. And it makes for a far more interesting story, and I think it works out that way. There's moments where they do shy away from certain things. They don't go full in on a lot of controversy because, again, They're trying to appeal to a lot of demographics, so they don't go too far one end or the other, but they do give you the arguments, they give you the dilemmas, the situations, the characters, and they paint a very interesting picture. This movie's not going to be for everybody. If you are anti-abortion, man, this movie is not for you, but still give it a chance. Just because you have one position over another doesn't mean that you shouldn't give a movie a chance overall, man. I think there's a lot of times where we have different views, political, medical, you name it, and we don't watch a movie simply because, well, I don't want to watch that type of movie because it doesn't speak to me, or I don't agree with it necessarily. I think it's nice to see different points of views, and Call of Jane is definitely one of those movies that is good enough to show you that point of view but not hit you over the head with it either. Very solid movie, very great acting, and a worthy story that's definitely worth telling. Wake me up the minute I'm dead. Or the minute you wake up dead. I think mine's better. The DVD for $12.96. Yes, Cole Hauser, Jamie Alexander, Morgan Freeman. You know this is gonna be a hard-hitting thriller of a movie. Said no one ever. No one at all, baby, because you don't trust a soul, and these motherfuckers I definitely don't trust to save my goddamn life. You bet your ass, man. You never know where you're headed until it's too late. Oh, yeah, damn right, man. So I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I just wanted to give it a chance. What the fuck, man? It's one of those indie titles. I figured, hey, does it really hurt? It can't be that bad. And well, shit, I gotta really stop doing that whole hopeful thing. Man, it's killing me like a motherfucker. Jeez, it surely is, dude. Basically, Cole Hauser plays this shady business guy, promised a ton of people a lot of money in this town. It didn't quite work out. Now everybody is after him. Of course they are. He's getting phone calls from people about him possibly turning up dead, and he's like, oh God, this is just craziness is happening. And then while this is going on, geez, he has time to fall in love with Jamie Alexander, because why not? I mean, if Thor didn't, somebody's got to, right? Of course so. And so he gets into a love situation with her. Her father ends up coming up dead. It possibly was because of him. Morgan Freeman plays the sheriff. He doesn't give a goddamn about anything, man. He's like, well, you owe a lot of people money, and, well, shit happens. Until murders are really happening, and suddenly he's got, oh, geez, I gotta get serious. I just have to do my job. Oh, fuck. Damn, that sucks, man. And so all the complications and the secrets and the twists and turns from there. Look, dude, I wanted to kind of like this movie because some of the actors here are really good. I mean, Cole Hauser has had his moments. Pitch Black. I like him in Too Fast, Too Furious. Okay, it's not a good movie, but he played a cool little rich scumbag. Morgan Freeman is usually solid. Jamie Alexander has her moments, so I like these actors. But this movie, man, God, it's such a lame duck of a fucking movie, man. It's really fucking terrible, dude. Jesus, it really is, man. I mean, the acting is so limp dick here. It's so predictable. And Morgan Freeman, man, dude, he's pulling a John Cusack. He's pulling a Travolta. He's pulling a fucking Willis, dude. He's getting this for a paycheck. He do not give a shit in this movie, dude. He doesn't give a fuck. He is just phoning it in like a mofo, man. I'm like, damn, dude, I don't know the last time I've seen you do that. Well, it was probably like a year or so back when you were in another really shitty straight-to-DVD flick, so don't tell me you're turning this way, Morgan, please. God, I can't have another one of you motherfuckers doing this to me, man. God damn. Jeez. I mean, Jamie Alexander is trying to do her best with the material, but it's not really working out. And Cole Hauser, dude, he's like a wet noodle, man. God, he tries at the beginning, and then when he's trying to be sort of suspicious and not really show off that he knows exactly what Jamie Alexander doesn't want him to know, his acting is like, yes, I care about you. You can come over and stay the night. I love you, baby. And I'm like, wow. Gee, he's really pulling that one off. Oh, God. Man, and the problem with the movie is like all the twists and turns and the secrets, man, you get them so early in the fucking movie, man. Like, who's really behind this all and why they're doing it and all the twists and turns, you get that so early that you're kind of like, who gives a shit? Dude, they couldn't like work around the plot in order to save it until the last like 10 or 20 minutes of the movie. You seriously had to give everything away in like the 45-minute to hour mark and literally just leave us with, okay, well, we know she's not going to get away with this, and we know that this person's going to die, and we know that he probably knows, and okay. God, you really inflated this tire like a mother, didn't you? Jesus, man. God, man, you inflated like a limp dick. Fucking hell, dude. I mean, the storytelling is piss poor here. The acting is amateurish at best, and these are from really trained actors at that. Ah, dude, it tried to be thrilling. It had something going for it early on, but they just pissed it all away. But then again, that's with a lot of these straight-to-DVD Blu-ray movies, man. It's a goddamn fucking shame, but it's the truth. The minute you wake up dead is the minute you watch this fucking movie. Goddamn shame for all these goddamn actors. Well, better luck next time. Jeez, let's hope. Man, I've heard of fisting, but this shit's ridiculous. Holy hell, man, with the accursed. Oh, boy, what is this, man? Hell lives here. Well, you better hope, because I don't know whose hand is coming out that way, but if it ain't the devil, I'd be fucking worried. Oh, shit. Meg Foster, Mina Suvari. What? What the hell is this, man? Evil is everywhere. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, bitch. Allie is asked by a family friend to spend a few days looking after an elderly woman living in a remote cabin. She readily agrees, thinking a short trip to the woods will be a nice escape. They all say that. The cabin turns out to be anything but relaxing as Ellie begins hallucinating in ways that blur reality with her dreams. As the visions take over, Ellie realizes that she was lured there by demonic presence hiding inside of the woman, just waiting to break free. Yeah, no shit. Cabin in the woods? Bitch, have you seen any movies lately? Jeez, in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years? Shit, man. Man, just watch Evil Dead. These fucking characters never learn, man. If you ain't seen a horror movie, you about to be in one, bitch. Oh, you're damn right, dude. Oh, wow. Interesting indeed, man. You know, look, I like Mina Suvari. I liked her in American Pie. She was good in it. Some of the stuff she did afterwards, wasn't a big fan. She was doing that romance stuff, romantic comedy angles. Didn't really do much for me. I mean, Meg Foster, though. Meg Foster is the shit, man. I mean, come on, Masters of the Universe. Yes. They Live. Come on, man. That's some good shit right there. She is great, dude. So, for her to be the old woman and to be this creepy, evil, demonic entity that's inside of her and trying to lure Mina Suvari, like, that's really great shit, man. That alone kind of gets me to want to watch it. But I don't know, like, it's going to be kind of stupid, right? Because, you know, you're going to be yelling at the screen, she's going to be stupid. Lottie frickin' da, I'm going into a cabin. Oh, I get to, you know, babysit a nice little old lady. And then suddenly all the horror happens, and then she's petrified and scared and terrified out of her mind, and you're like, oh my god, lady, had you just fucking watched that goddamn horror movie or two? Oh, Jesus. Instead of trying to fuck a pie, for Christ's sake. I know she wasn't the one fucking the pie, but good lord, man, she wasn't helping matters either. Oh, fucking hell, dude. I don't know, it kind of looks nice. I mean, the cover looks fucking badass. But look, we know from previous experience, I not definitely do, that covers lie like a motherfucker. The cover looks badass and the movie could be shit. Could be so bad, hot garbage. Oh, man. Nothing good's gonna come out of that mouth. Oh, nothing good at all. It could be good. Meg Foster in another horror movie ain't half bad, but trust me, I've seen Meg Foster in some horror movies recently that she wasn't so hot in, so you know what? I'll stick to younger Meg Foster, because why not? I'll always relive the Master of the Universe days, and something tells me it'll be better than the Accursed. Yeah, something tells me indeed. Prove me wrong, folks, but I guarantee I'm kind of right. I kind of do, man. I mean, you got the occurs, and then you go from, oh, yes, wonderful World War II cheapo movies. Aren't these a dime a dozen? Ay, ay, ay. Was Operation Seawolf for $12.96. Look at this. During the war, they needed a secret weapon. And I'm assuming it's not Dolph Lundgren? Maybe Frank Grillo? Maybe neither? I don't know. Shit, man. In a riveting, action-packed war drama. I don't know who quoted that one. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves. In the last days of World War II, German forces, desperate for one final chance to defeat the Allied powers, look to their last remaining resources of battle. Amassing their dwindling fleet of U-boats, the German Nazi plots their ultimate attack. Their target, the United States mainland. Grizzled submarine commander Hans Kessler, yes, Dolph Lundgren, is called into service to help turn the tide of war in this thrilling adventure. Yes, okay. Oh, man, I just love Dolph being Hans Kessler. I mean, you couldn't go with Hans Gruber, that's already taken, so Kessler's the next best thing, ain't it? Indeed it is, man. Interesting. You have to have the sub to take down the bad guys, but you need Dolph Lundgren to manage the sub because he's the only kind of badass motherfucker that is capable of doing it. That I kind of like, man. But you know this is going to be cheap, though, man. Come on. You know the CGI is going to be crappy. You know the acting is going to be shitty. They didn't spend much on this. Maybe a fucking $1.25, possibly, dude. You know, I love World War II movies. They are some of my favorite in any war genre whatsoever. Any time period, I love World War II stories, but they have to be done well. They have to have the right budget and the right story. A lot of money put behind it to actually make it believable. This, not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Frank Grillo. He's a badass motherfucker. I love Dolph Lundgren. He is one badass mofo. But this story, especially made the way that this movie probably is, they're good, they're badass, but this movie is not so hot, and that's a goddamn fucking shame. Oh, my man Dolph Lundgren, so much promise, and now doing crappy World War II summary movies. Well, you gotta, go downwards some way, and might as well go deep down. Stardate 2022. These are the stories of Discovery. Season 4 for $29.96. Yes. Good old Star Trek Discovery is back in the physical media wings. Oh, indeed it is, baby. Their most thrilling adventure to date. Oh, you don't say. Well, I don't really know, because quite frankly, I have never watched a single episode of Star Trek Discovery. I've told you guys this countless times, man, that it's not that I'm not interested necessarily, because I do really dig Star Trek and a lot of different shows that it's done and movies, iterations, you name it. But a lot of people really fucking hate Discovery. I mean, holy shit, dude. It's literally kind of like the in thing to bash Discovery at this point. And I always thought that, okay, the first season I heard mixed things about, well, it was not the greatest, but maybe they're trying to firmly plant their feet down, and it takes a while, man. Maybe even a little bit of sophomore blues. But the fact that it still isn't really good, I'm like, ooh, really? Because I watched a lot of reviews on YouTube, I read some people's thoughts online, and the consensus is, yeah, there's moments in Star Trek Discovery Season 4 that's good. Don't get me wrong, that kind of feels like cool track, but sometimes it's really asinine, plot holes like a motherfucker, characters that you don't really give a shit about, and honestly, a lot of inconsistencies and story problems and inaccuracies and just shitting on the Star Trek lore and canon, man. And I think that pisses a lot of people off, dude. And it just feels like Discovery, even though it's popular and people really watch it, it's not really good track, or at least I've heard it's not good track, which is just a goddamn shame, man, because this had a lot of potential. I mean, a shit ton of potential, a lot of money behind it, some really solid actors, and it just hasn't really been able to take off, especially with the fan base, or be as beloved as what I think they wanted it to be, which is just a goddamn shame. Look, I don't fully know because I've never watched any of the seasons, but I tend to believe a lot of people online, especially the ones that are really true fans, because you're not going to lie about this shit. If you really love something, you're going to go out of your way to say, look, I love it and I care about it and I think it's really great. But if you don't like it, I mean, you're not going to fake it. You know what I mean? And there's some people out there that are willing to fake it just because they get free copies, or they're just so much of a fan, they're like, well, I can look past all this shit. But a lot of times, if you're really passionate about something, and then if a series doesn't make the grade, then you're going to be real about it. And a lot of people are, man. And that's just a goddamn shame. And you would think at a certain point, the creators would take advice from some of the fans, or at least, see some of the complaints and fix some stuff. And maybe they kind of have over time, but it just kind of feels like Discovery is still in the same rut, or at least that's what I'm hearing. What do you guys think? Is Discovery gotten any better? Has it gotten worse? Is it worth diving into even a little bit? Let me know, man, because I love Star Trek. I'm a big Star Trek fan, but I tend to hold back on some of this newer stuff only because I just don't want to be disappointed, man. And as a Star Trek fan, I've kind of been disappointed like a motherfucker at times. So I try to sort of do my best to kind of pick and choose what Trek I'm watching, you know what I mean? So definitely let me know what you think of good old Star Trek Discovery. Something tells me the consensus ain't gonna be good. I'm just saying, man. Not gonna be good at all. But let's hope that maybe Creepshow might be better. Maybe with the Shudder original series of Creepshow Season 3 for $16.96. Not bad, look at that. The Creeper has some terrifying tales, yeah. Look at that. Nice. Now, I watched Season 1 of Creepshow years ago. I had a free subscription to Shudder for like a few weeks. I took advantage of it. I watched all of Season 1 of Creepshow, and I loved it, man. I thought it was a great show. Really still in the same vein and feel of the George Romero classic. And I'm like, these are good. Maybe not 100% up to par of what the original Creepshow movie is, but it's hard to compare to that, man. It really is, dude. But they did pretty well for themselves. And then I heard Season 2, not as good. Kind of lesser. Like, okay. And then I heard Season 3, okay, not as good. And I'm like, oh, geez, well, okay, that sucks. And so, I don't know. Is it just expectations, or are the stories not that good? I mean, a lot of these stories are very short. They have a very short time to tell them and be very effective with the stories and the characters and make it not only believable but terrifying and scary and make an impression on you. And a horror anthology, that's not easy to do, especially when it's episodic. I mean, I loved back in the day Tales from the Crypt, dude. Tales from the Crypt is still my gold standard as a horror TV anthology lover. Some people would say Amazing Stories, other people would say Twilight Zone. I mean, whatever your jam is, you're not wrong. And Creepshow has some large shoes to fill. I mean, not only the legacy of Creepshow, but the legacy of TV horror anthology, which is quite vast and very legendary. And so it's hard to create new stories that are just as good, if not better. And sometimes you're not always going to pull it off, to be fair. But isn't it worth it to just try? I'd like to think it is, man. I mean, I've always loved the Creepshow world. I love the original. I love Creepshow 2. I thought Season 1 was great. I don't know if I want to get a subscription to Shudder just for the sake of getting it, because I already subscribe to so many services as it is. Do I really need one more? But I do want to catch up on Creepshow, man. I really honestly do. Is it worth it? Is Season 2 good? Is Season 3 great? Is it worth it to keep diving into Creepshow love, or should I stick to the old school stuff like Tales from the Crypt? Because let's be real, that was some good shit. Come on, man. It truly was. You got to be real with me. You liked it. You did, man, and so did I. This is for damn sure. So, I'm always up for horror anthology love, good horror stories. I'd like to think Creepshow is continuing the trend, but definitely let me know, guys. Again, great cover. Badass creeper. It's my kind of jam. Oh, indeed it is, man. Not bad at all. Some pretty good physical media love over here, TV goodness, and of course a little bit of indie jams as well. Pretty goddamn sweet indeed, man. Not too shabby. I definitely liked it this week. Let's head out. Well, damn, Walmart. You done good this week. Shit. Man, they did great. Holy cow, man. You know, just when I think I was out, Walmart pulls me back in. They really do, man. Oh, dude. But hey, it is a big week for the physical media love. There is a lot to show off, a lot of genres to be had, a lot of love for physical media gold out there, whether it's for adults, for the older people, for the kiddies. There's a lot to dive into. And Walmart is definitely supplying this. Surprise, surprise indeed, man. Usually, for the most part, I can't always say that with Walmart, but this week, yeah, I kind of do. Surprising, but actually very pleasant surprise at that. Not half bad, definitely enjoyed it in a big bad way. Who'd have thought Walmart would surprise me towards the end of the year? Hey, anything is possible, I suppose. Miracles do happen this time of year. I guess Walmart is proof positive of it. I'll definitely take it. I know you will as well. Not bad for the physical media goodies. And if this is the trend this week, I'm starting to like it. Oh, indeed. But let's head to more locations and see if the trend continues. All right, everybody. We are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. And there are certain rules when it comes to streaming. And when it comes to the war, sometimes you have to break those rules. From Tech Hive, HBO Max just broke the unwritten rule of streaming TV. I wonder what it is. How about we find out? Oh, how about we do indeed. Ever since Netflix debuted the likes of House of Cards and Orange is the New Black, streaming services have adhered to an unwritten rule. Their original series just stay put. Licensed movies and shows, of course, get yanked from streaming services all the time. But if a new show debuts on Netflix, Disney Plus, or Amazon Prime, you have been able to reasonably assume it will remain on those services for years to come. However, this week, Warner Bros. Discovery indicated that the rule no longer applies to HBO Max, as the company is pulling the once buzzy drama Westworld from the service along with a few other original series. According to Variety, the move will allow Warner's to avoid paying residuals to cast and crew and is part of a broader effort by the company to turn a profit in streaming. This could be just an isolated incident on Warner's part, but with the entire streaming business becoming more cost-conscious, it might also be the start of a trend in which streaming catalogs become a lot less stable. So what's happening with Westworld? Westworld isn't the first original show that Warner has pulled from HBO Max. Earlier this year, the company called several other HBO shows from the service, including Vinyl, Camping, and Mrs. Fletcher. It also removed some of HBO Max's direct-to-streaming movies and canceled several others that hadn't debuted yet, like Batgirl, anybody? Westworld is an especially high-profile example, though, and Warner's might be pulling it for more than just tax write-off and residual reasons. Whereas those other shows have disappeared from the streaming realm entirely, Deadline's report says that Westworld is likely to land on a forthcoming free ad-supported streaming service from Warner. Same goes for The Nevers, another original drama that Warner is removing from HBO Max entirely. Okay, so it's not going away, but it's just going elsewhere. In other words, pulling Westworld is at least partly about extracting more revenue from a show that may not have been driving enough HBO Max subscriptions. If prospective Westworld watchers don't cancel, but do spend time watching the show on an ad-supported service, that makes it more profitable than it would have been on HBO Max alone. Ad-supported streaming isn't the only way in which Warner's is looking to monetize its catalog outside of HBO Max. The company has discussed bringing new DC Comics branded content to platforms other than HBO Max, such as Amazon, and executives have discussed a more balanced approach to external licensing, which had largely ceased under Warner's previous leadership. All of which suggests that the old model of hoarding original shows on HBO Max is going away. If a show isn't performing like it used to, Warner's may have no qualms about shopping it around. Because you have to understand, we're getting further into speculation territory here, but as media companies face pressure to make their streaming businesses profitable, I suspect Warner's won't be alone in loosening its grip on original programming. Paramount has already taken some criticism from analysis this year for moving away from an arms dealer strategy and shifting more content onto Paramount Plus. In the entertainment industry, an arms dealer produces original movies and TV shows and sells the rights to that content to the highest bidder, rather than monetizing it through theatrical releases or its own online services. In a note to investors, Wells Fargo analyst Stephen K. Hull wrote that Paramount Plus will never scale up enough to be solidly profitable, and that the company would make more money by selling more of its content to other distributors. Meanwhile, Sony has boasted its own success as a streaming arms dealer. The company sold its stake in the streaming service Crackle several years ago, and Sony has remained solidly profitable by selling its movies and shows to the highest bidder. The money to be made on licensing must look somewhat attractive to companies like Netflix and Amazon and their legacy media competitors. These companies have spent billions of dollars building up vast original content catalogs over the years, and a 2020 report from a former streaming executive concluded that Netflix would come out ahead by licensing some of that older content, even if it lost some subscribers along the way. While such a strategy might seem blasphemous even a few years ago, when every streamer was chasing growth at all costs, streaming TV has since entered a bean-counting era in which companies are scrounging whatever they can for profitability. Compared to price hikes and password sharing crackdowns, licensing older original programming seemed like a lot less risky way to make some money back. Unless or until we see companies like Netflix or Amazon announce major licensing deals for older content, I wouldn't worry too much about any of this. But Warner's latest moves underscore the need for better universal streaming guides, so we can move more easily to find shows as they move between services. It's also worth being aware of such tools as PlayOn and Channels DVR that can help you maintain access to movies or shows even after they get pulled from one streaming service to another. And of course, be prepared for a fresh round of griping from cord-cutting naysayers if more licensing becomes the norm. They howled when companies started hoarding content on their own streaming services, so we should fully expect them to howl again if said content starts propagating back out. Ah, yes. Nobody's really happy, but when it comes to this kind of fuck-up, well, I can't quite say I blame them, folks. Oh, I can't quite say I do, man. Look, I'm going to be real with you guys. This is kind of a messed up situation, and it ain't getting any easier, okay? This is the first bullet to be fired in a chamber of bullets, okay? And it's not going to be ending anytime soon. Let me be real with you right now. I was shocked when I heard this news. I was like, Westworld is really popular. It had just ended, and it seems really fresh in people's minds. The physical media release just came out. I figured at least HBO Max would keep it around, considering its original programming. It's their own thing. But I guess with having to license certain deals to certain actors and producers and writers, and the fact that some of these deals are quite profitable for them, instead of paying these people for their time and effort making a show that you end up putting on your platform, well, we'd rather pull it than pay anybody else any money, because let's be real, you know, we like money. We don't like giving it away. Hello. So there is that. Westworld isn't the only example, though, because there is a lot more TV that gets bounced around than movies necessarily. Well, movies are in the mix, but like, for instance, with The Office or Friends, I mean, those series have been bounced around from one platform to the other. And so, I mean, you just hope that they stick around long enough for you to enjoy at least most of the show, if not all of it. And even if it goes to another platform, hopefully it doesn't cost too much to subscribe for the one thing that you want to watch it for. I mean, I was watching Downton Abbey on Netflix because I wanted to watch the series because I love the movies, and I was watching most of season 1, and then it just was leaving the platform. I'm like, oh shit, okay, well, sucks to be me. I mean, come on, man. And I think a lot of these streaming platforms have decided that in order to make money, we need to license it to other streaming services in order to gain the cash revenue from that. Because maybe if we get the cash revenue from them, then we don't have to worry about finding space on our platform for that content. And maybe that content is not going to be as streamed as much on ours as it might be on somebody else's. And this is the name of the game now. This is what it's about. And if you remember way back in the day, Netflix used to have everything under the sun from all kinds of studios. And slowly but surely, they got rid of it because all of these companies started taking back their content. And Netflix decided, well, how about we actually make our own original programming so we don't have to depend on these others? They did. And then these other streaming platforms is like, wow, well, we've been trying to screw over Netflix, taking back our content. They're making original content. They're killing it. Now we have to make original content. And now their original content is being sold to places like Netflix. What? I mean, literally everything they've been trying to do, these streaming platforms, whether it's Paramount Plus, Peacock, HBO Max, Disney Plus, you name it, all of these companies have been trying to outdo Netflix at every single turn, and now they're trying to sell their content to Netflix in order to make a profit. Man, this is insane shit. This is crazy. And this is what the streaming wars is about, because now it's a case of numbers. Now it's not about the fact of how much property you have on your streaming platform. It's about, yes, the property you have on it, but how many views are you getting on it? If Westworld isn't making the view count that they want, or people are subscribing for it, why do they have it? Oh, I don't know, because it's content that you made for your own viewers, subscribers, so why not keep it there? I mean, we're getting into really tricky territory that now original content is now being shopped around for other people in other avenues. So you, as a loyal viewer of HBO or Disney or something like that, cannot even get what you want anymore, because if not enough people are watching it, then they don't give a shit. This is what it comes down to. Pure numbers and money and greed, and that's what it's always come down to, guys. That's the truth about it. And I've said God knows how many times to how many people, and I know you guys listen to me, but I wish a hell of a lot more people did, that physical media, that's why it's important. HBO Max is getting rid of Westworld. You can't find it on their digital streamer. Well, HBO made it. Why wouldn't it be? Because they're not getting the numbers. They're not getting the money from it. So they just decide to ditch it. But if you had the seasons that you loved on physical media, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, then you wouldn't have to worry about this shit. And, yes, physical media is slowly dying. It's a slow burn, to be honest, but it still is dying nonetheless. I mean, let's be real. I mean, this week we have a lot of physical media out there, but it's not always like this. Not always, especially at the store level. But I've always stressed that we need to make physical media important for certain reasons, and this is one of them. Digital platforms are going to shop around their stuff constantly. One year it'll be on this platform, the next year it'll be on this service, and you just have to subscribe to whatever service it is at that moment to get what you want. But if you have the physical media copy, you don't need to do that. But that's not going to be for everybody. Digital services, streaming services are convenient. And until people see through that and see through the bullshit that some of these companies are doing, it's just going to remain a shit show. And this is part of it, man. Look, I love streaming services to a certain degree. I watch a lot of stuff with my girlfriend, by myself. But even I recognize that with prices going up and with content being shipped around at a moment's notice, it's getting harder to trust these services and give you their money. I've always told you guys, entertainment is at a premium at this point. With prices rising, inflation happening, even though inflation is slowing down, thank God, these companies aren't lowering their prices. Moreover, they're upping them. And which means that they need to give you more bang for your buck. But they also see the bottom line. And they also see the fact that, this movie and this series isn't making the type of numbers we want. and we have to give money to the artists and the creators that end up making these shows for us. And if we can't justify that price, then we need to let these movies and TV shows go. And who gives a shit about the consumer? This is how ruthless it is getting nowadays. This is the streaming wars, folks. I told you that it was going to get ugly. I told you that it was going to get nasty. And we're here. And it's only going to get worse. You know, the more money that is invested in these streaming services, these services are too big to fail. I've said it so many times over. And they are going to do anything and everything to survive, even screwing you over in the end. I'm just being honest with you, just being real. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. What do you think? Do you think that they have a point in getting rid of these things, or do you think that this is madness and it's just the beginning? Definitely let me know, guys, but it's one hell of a clusterfuck, and something tells me that we're just getting started. It kind of does, guys, but definitely let me know your thoughts. But in the meantime, Walmart has some good physical media goodies, didn't they? Oh, they sure did, but what about Target? Good possibility they might have some goodies as well. But how about we go in, check it out.
All right, everybody, we are in a good old Target, and as I predicted, physical media is here. Oh, indeed it is, baby. Let's dive in with, wait a minute. Even Target doesn't understand their goddamn release dates. Oh, man, they're putting out House of the Dragon 2. Oh, man, the 4K, the Blu-ray, the DVD. Hey, you get it a week early. Have at it, man. Jeez. Dude, man, am I the only one that gets this shit right? Oh, Lord. You know, what's interesting about this, at least what I think is interesting, is so technically these stores, these companies aren't supposed to put out these releases early because they could get a major fine. I'm dead serious, man. The actual studios themselves, the Warner Brothers, Universal, Disney's, all you name it, they can fine these companies for putting out their releases early. It's happened before. I remember way back in the day at Best Buy, there was this release that came out, and I was looking at it, and one of the employees pulled it so fast. And I said, what happened? So, well, we can't put this out here. Nobody can buy this. It's prohibited. We have to keep this in the back. And they were telling me about this fine that companies can get through these studios, because if it gets out on social media, if there's pictures out there that it's in stores before the official release date, they could majorly get in trouble, man. So that is why a lot of times you won't see these companies put out any of this stuff. You will never see them do that because, quite frankly, I don't think anybody really wants to lose money over putting out a physical media release early. At least I don't think they do. But I think some of these companies either A, just don't give a damn, or they're just oblivious to it. Because there has been some times where I've seen releases out early and I've had to end up going to the employees, whether it's at Target or Best Buy or even here, and I've had to say, oh, by the way, this isn't released yet. And they look at me really funny and weird. They're like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then they look on their phone or tablet or whatever, and they're like, oh my God, you're right. And I'm like, no shit. I kind of do this on a weekly basis, motherfucker. So I don't know. Maybe they decided to put this stuff out because, hey, it's right by the holiday season. Let's take advantage of it, whatnot. But still, if they get caught with their pants down, they are going to be paying mucho amounts of money. And, well, it's on them, not me. But, hey, if you can get a little bit of House of the Dragon love early, hey, your luck, not theirs. They say you get better with age. With this film, I tend to differ. The Blu-ray DVD digital of Ticket to Paradise, $22.99, the Blu-ray. They did have the DVD, but that was all sold out. In fact, seriously, is this many people buying Ticket to Paradise? Have they never seen any good romantic comedies? Because this ain't one of them. I'm just saying, man. Ay, dude. Because for me, it all comes down to chemistry.
You either got it or you don't. It's that simple, man. And there has been some really great on-screen chemistry over the years. Whether we're talking about Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore, Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan, as of recent, Ryan Gosling, Emma Stone, on fire, even back in the day. Rock Hudson, Doris Day. I mean, there has been some amazing on-screen chemistry over the years. And I just didn't feel it in this movie. And it's so weird because George Clooney and Julia Roberts, they had it in spades in the Ocean's movies. I really felt a connection. And nothing. Not even a spark. And I don't know really why. I don't even know how to really quantify why they didn't have it. I guess I could blame the script, but even a bad script, the chemistry can still shine through. I mean, Drew Barrymore proved it in Adam Sandler movies from time to time. So it's not really that. I just don't think these actors really have it the way they used to. I mean, George Clooney and Julia Roberts are still great actors, don't get me wrong, but it just kind of feels like they're not even trying anymore. I mean, when was the last time that you saw a movie with George Clooney and Julia Roberts where they actually were trying and actually felt like they gave a shit? You know, I mean, look, I love Julia Roberts. I mean, way back in the day, Pretty Woman, Erin Brockovich, Mystic Pizza, so on and so forth. I love her, man. And the same with George Clooney, From Dusk Till Dawn and the Ocean's movies, and he's amazing. But I think when Julia Roberts won her Oscar and when George Clooney won his Oscars, I think they just kind of settled. It's weird to say that, but I think some actors really do that, man. They're really trying hard for that Oscar, for that prestige win, to really solidify them as an actor within the industry, as a filmic legend. And then after that, they kind of sort of piss in the wind. To a certain degree, they kind of do it. I mean, not everybody does. You look at people like a Meryl Streep or a Jack Nicholson, Shirley MacLaine back in the day, stuff like that, where they're not exactly giving up. But a lot of actors now just get the quick, easy paychecks, the money, the Oscar, and then sort of pack it up, and they're done. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on with George Clooney and Julia Roberts, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to that. I mean, really, it just is a shame, man. And that's one of the reasons why I think I wanted to watch this as much as I did, because these two are really great actors. You can tell that they've had chemistry in the past. I'm like, oh man, maybe the comedy isn't going to be as good. Maybe the script is going to really suck ass. But at least I'll have the chemistry, the really great charm of these two to really carry the picture. And it didn't even have that. And that really fucking blows, man. And when that happens, you lose everything that this movie was trying to do. And it's a fucking shame, man. Because when you have these actors, you want them to really hit it out of the park. And they just didn't really do it, man. On-screen chemistry is really hard to come by. And a lot of times, it just doesn't work out. It's very rare, but when it does happen, it's like electricity. You're on fire. And I see that with people like Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone, where you can just tell that they've got it. You can tell that every time that they're on screen together, there's a certain type of electricity in the air that you just can't quantify. Chemistry doesn't last forever. And maybe there is an expiration date on it. And as you get older, maybe you kind of lose a little bit of that charm that you used to have when you were younger. Can't say that it goes away completely, because sometimes older actors are really able to pull it off. But with these two, well, saying it's limp dick wouldn't necessarily be an understatement. Man, you know, I've seen some really great older actors pull off some really great charm and chemistry. But these two, let's just put it this way. There's a reason why they're divorced in the movie. If I was them, I'd stay divorced. Highlander! Holy shit. Out of all of the releases this week, this is the one I was like, man, ain't no one gonna have this shit. And man, Target done did it again. Oh, damn, did they, with Highlander, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $17.99. That is a great deal for one hell of a movie, man. Damn. God, I love the shit out of this movie, man. Oh, this is a classic. There can only be one. Oh, yeah, damn right there is. Oh, and I really like that. Look at that. Right there. There can only be one. Oh, that's so cool. That is awesome. Right there, just hiding. Oh, it's kind of raised. It's awesome, dude. Nice. Oh, this is an action classic from the 80s, man. I love this. Christopher Lambert, Sean Connery. Dude, Clancy Brown was so kick-ass in this thing. It was so great, dude. The action is epic. The sci-fi is really brilliant and awesome. It really was a great sci-fi action extravaganza that really was something that opened so many doors for so many people, whether it was Christopher Lambert or, Sean Connery back in the day. And people really still love this movie to this day. It is still considered a classic among many circles, among many fans, me included. Oh, I love this goddamn movie, man. And it opened up a whole franchise of other sequels and TV franchise that was never as good as the first movie. And it's weird because there's so many franchises out there that you can say, well, the first movie's really great, and then maybe the second or third movie isn't good, but the fourth or fifth movie is really fantastic. But, like, after the first movie, everything else was kind of shit. I mean, seriously, it really was. And it just never reached the same heights as the original Highlander. That's such a goddamn shame, dude. It is so amazingly well done, amazingly well acted, directed. The action sequences are still great to this day. There's something about the old school action stuff from the 80s. It just felt more real because, well, kind of had to be. You know what I mean? Oh, so good. Dude, it's so well made. I love Sean Connery playing the mentor. Clancy Brown is the bad guy. Oh, my God, dude. Man, it's bringing back so many awesome memories of me watching this, man, when I was a kid, like in the early 90s. It was awesome on VHS. Oh, man. Dude, I never thought I would see the day where this gets the 4K love. Oh, that's fantastic. And it sort of looks like a really great addition, man. I love the slip, the artwork. Not bad, dude. I mean, seriously, if you have never even seen Highlander as an old school sci-fi fan, even action from back in the day, this is an absolute must. And if you haven't revisited it in 4K, that might be worth a go. Oh, indeed it is, man. One of my favorite from Christopher Lambert. And let me just say this. Christopher Lambert is a very underrated actor, man. He was so great back in the day. And he never got as much love as he should have. I love him in a movie like Resurrection. I love Highlander, more Mortal Kombat. He was so good, man. And he just never got the same props as a lot of other people. And I wish he did, dude, because he was so good. But unfortunately, he reached such heights, and then he ended up reaching a hell of a lot of lows as well. So I guess it was his own doing at the end of the day. But, man... dude, when he was good, he was good. And Highlander proves it like a mofo. So fantastic, man. And in 4K, there can only be one. It's going to look pretty damn sweet. Lyle, crocodile. Wait a minute. Why are we even having Shawn Mendes in this film? It should be me. I mean, seriously, I could have done it. Screw Shawn Mendes, man. Just give me the fucking paycheck. I mean, seriously, think about this, guys. A wisecracking, talking crocodile who talks about movies all day and occasionally swears. Okay, more than occasionally, but look, you know me. I like to keep it spicy. Oh, indeed I do, with Lyle Crocodile. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.99. The DVD for $19.99. Ah, yes. The good old lovable talking crocodile. Just
what I needed in my life. Sure, why not? And you know what? I've been seeing a trend in recent years of a lot of these kid properties getting the live action treatment, whether it's Paddington or the Smurfs, Clifford the Big Red Dog. I've been seeing a lot of that as of late, but I guess it's been going on for a long, long time. It's not just like a new trend necessarily, because like Looney Tunes have done it, Garfield, so many others. I mean, you could even go back way back in the day in the 80s. Roger Rabbit, anybody? Yeah, one of the first ones, in my opinion, to probably really start the trend, and did it rather successfully, and everybody has kind of been aping off it since, but not nearly doing it half as well. Yeah, well, you can say that about a lot of things, and this is yet another one of them. I mean, I don't blame them for trying necessarily, and the live action is maybe at the end of the day cheaper, because you're really only animating a small part of the movie and the rest is live action with actors and everything, so you're saving a buck or two at the end of the day, maybe. I mean, some are better than others. Like that first Paddington movie is so friggin' good. Oh yeah, you can also say those Easter rabbit movies or whatever the fuck those ones were. Yeah, there's a ton of them, man. And I don't think many of them are really good. Most of them are just kiddie for the sake of being kiddie. There's a certain way of doing it where you can appeal to all audiences, like Roger Rabbit did, or Paddington, something like that. Most of them are kiddie fare, and there's nothing wrong with that. You gotta understand that kids' entertainment is a vast, huge business at this point, and whatever you can make to sort of throw on the screen, might as well do it. And if these are popular books, and if you don't want to make an animated film, which I think probably would have been a little bit better, well, go the live action route. Why the hell not, man? And look, it's not like this movie is a total dumpster fire. It isn't, actually. It's really fun. It's entertaining. The singing, the dancing is really top notch. So they put a lot of effort into the movie, but it just kind of comes off as standard to me, just the standard regular stuff. It doesn't really stand out among the crowd. It's weird because it's a singing, talking crocodile, so there is that, but that novelty sort of wears away after a while. Good for what it is. Is it going to be one of those properties that's going to last a lifetime? I kind of doubt it. Fun, mindless entertainment, but even that, hey, is still good enough for the kiddies. Not sure it's going to be remembered 10 years from now, but hey, singing crocodile is what it is. And, well, if it sits your kids down for an hour and a half and you get at least the laundry done, consider it a win. You know how it is. You're either part of that snoochie boochie life or you're not. And with Clerks, you definitely are, baby. Oh, yes. The Blu-ray digital of Clerks 3 for $19.99. DVD for $19.99. Something's a wee bit fucked up here. Okay, fair enough, man. I'm not questioning. I'm just saying. Oh, man, indeed I am, man. Oh, yes. Some good old Kevin Smith, View Askew versus Love. And you know what? Let's talk about the View Askew-verse, because this is such a really fantastic series of films that are connected. Yes, loosely, but they are still connected for what it's worth, man. I mean, you started all off with Clerks, and yeah, it may be outdated to a certain degree, but man, it's still classic. And I still love the characters, and I love the dialogue, and I love the hilarious situations. To me, it just never gets old, man. It really doesn't. And then you go to something like Mallrats, and you know, I really do think that Kevin Smith was ahead of his time with that film. I really do, because Mallrats really talking about comic book, geek, superhero culture. And at the time, you know, that stuff was there. It was very prevalent, but it wasn't as much in the mainstream as it is now. That movie is far more beloved now than it was ever back in the day. And I still love that film. And yeah, it's a little goofy in parts, but man, the characters, dude. And Brody is fucking awesome, man. I love that flick, man. It's, to me, one of the top tier Kevin Smith films. I'm just saying, man. I mean, you go from that to something like Chasing Amy, which I still think Chasing Amy is a wonderful film, and it's got some really great dramatic moments, some really great romantic comedic chemistry with Joey King and Ben Affleck. And dude, I think that was really one of the first times that I saw Ben Affleck and I was like, yeah, this guy's gonna go places. Like, that's a really phenomenal film, man. And it's really the first time where Kevin Smith wasn't just the comedy guy, the shtick guy. He actually proved that if he really wants to, yeah, he could do a romance film, a drama. He could do it. He proved it with that. Then again, he dived into some controversy with a little Dogma love. Look, man, I love Dogma. And a movie like that, it was controversial. It was ahead of its time. It pissed a lot of people off. It was saying a lot of things about religion that nobody wanted to be hearing. And I love his take on religion, and I like how he takes the piss out of it. And I love that stuff, man. It's not that you can't believe in it. You can. It's worth it to do that, but to take it ultra serious, come on, man. And I really love what they did with it. Hell, even, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, man. That's such a fucking fun-ass movie, dude. That's so great. Man, I love Blunt Man and Chronic. Fucking hilarious. They're trying to go to Hollywood and stop the film, man. And, encountering crazy people like Will Ferrell and Mark Hamill and everybody in between, dude. Carrie Fisher as a nun. Oh, man. And even Jason Mewes' love interest, Boo Boo Kitty Fuck. Yes. Oh, my God, man. I can't even believe I remembered that shit, dude. That was like back of the brain stuff right there, man. Wow. That's fucking awesome, dude. Jeez. And then potentially finishing it all off with good old Clerks II, man. Dude. Clerks II was such a pleasant surprise to go back to the well that many years later with the Clerks crew and make it even better. It was a great send-off for the Devious universe, and to me, it felt so perfect. And yeah, there were things in between, like animated shows and, the Smodcast and all that stuff, and sometimes some of it was good, sometimes some of it was not so great, but I appreciated this whole entire world that Kevin Smith developed, man. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I thought, dude, ending it at Clerks 2 was pitch perfect. And then going to Jay and Silent Bob reboot and seeing how terrible that was, fucking god-awful, cringeworthy, unfunny as fuck. And I was like, oh, God, dude. Man, is this the Kevin Smith we're getting now? Is he really going to go back and do more shit, man? Ruin the Devious universe? And then when he announced Clerks 3, as I said, dude, I was none too happy. I was like, dude, do not ruin Clerks, please. And the thing about it is, depending on your expectations, Clerks 3 might have really failed or incredibly succeeded. And for me, I think one of the things I've really appreciated about this series is the fact that these characters have grown and that they're not dealing with the same situations that they dealt with in the first Clerks or even the second Clerks, and the idea that these characters are growing up. They're human beings. They have faults and issues and dilemmas, and I appreciate that. And I think that's what I appreciate about Kevin Smith as a filmmaker, is that he's grown. He's not the same guy that's made Clerks or Mallrats or even Chasing Amy. That guy is not there anymore. But there's a certain quality to growing up as a filmmaker and growing your characters up and maturing them. And sometimes you're either going to go along for the ride or you're not. And I'm willing to go along for the ride on this. Are there moments where I was disappointed? Yeah, there was. But I appreciate the fact that these characters went out of their way to show growth and understanding and maturity, even if it's the smallest minute amount. At least they did it, dude. And that's very important to me, at least as a viewer, at least as somebody who's grew up with the Devious universe. But there is also something to be said for, finishing on a high note and ending it at the right time. And I kind of feel like Clerks III to me is a really great official send-off to the Devious universe. Whether that leaves you disappointed, whether that leaves you satisfied, at least there's a finality to these characters, and there's at least a certain amount of saying goodbye that feels final. I hear Kevin Smith say, well, I want to do Mallrats 2. I want to go back and see what's going on with Brody and all those people, and I'm not so sure that's a good idea to go back with another Mallrats. I mean, then again, I wasn't so sure about Clerks 3, and I was pleasantly surprised at the end of the day with it. I mean, I think you can do more with the Clerks world than you can with the Mallrats world. I don't know, I just think you're tempting fate with that, man. I just don't see that ending good, but the problem with Kevin Smith is that he just doesn't know when to quit, and I think that's really the problem with him. He sees these characters are still popular, he sees people really like them, new people are finding them all the time, and he's like, you know what, I want to say more with these characters as I get older. I appreciate that, but at a certain point, you have to see the stop sign and you have to just let it go. And for me, Clerks 3 is a really great way of saying I'm letting it go. Will Kevin Smith listen to his own words? Well, we'll see how that pans out, but if the past tells us anything with a lot of these properties, something tells me no. And it might get messy before it gets a hell of a lot better. Yeah, not prepared for that one, but if I gotta say goodbye, Clerks 3 is at least the best way to go, at least in my opinion. Not bad overall. And look, man, just seeing these guys again, seeing these characters again, seeing them playing these roles again, that is just something I never thought I'd see, even after the first Clerks. And then seeing it in Clerks 2 was like a really great surprise. Oh my God, they're back again. And Clerks 3 is just another moment of, oh my God, I get to experience these characters one more time. There's something really great about going back and seeing characters again that you loved. It's like in Star Wars The Force Awakens, seeing Han Solo again. You're like, dude, it's Han motherfucking Solo. You're like, man, there's something nostalgic about it that just kind of gets you. And it's the same thing with this, man. It's not perfect. It's messy at times. It doesn't always work. But it really is a treasure worth savoring. And these Clerks will always, no matter what happens, be in my heart. Now look, I'd like to consider myself a little bit of a macho man. Yeah. That being said, look, even if I'm a little bit of macho and can hold my own in a battle, these chicks, yeah, they can definitely kick my ass. Oh, yeah, bet your ass they can. And The Woman King, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.99, the Blu-ray digital for $22.99, and a DVD for $19.99. Ah, look at that. Nice cover. And look at this. Ooh, I like that. This is probably the favorite cover. Nice, very tribal. Ooh, very badass. Badass indeed. And by the way, Viola Davis, man, she is one kick-ass chick. There is no doubt about that in my mind. I gotta give a lot of these women credit, but I gotta give Viola Davis a lot of credit, a ton of credit, man, because I think the chick is like in her 50s and she had to train like a motherfucker in order to get into shape for this role, really work her ass off, something that she's never done before. And man, she pulled it off in spades. She was awesome here, man. And I've really always liked Viola Davis in a ton of roles that she's done, whether it was The Help, which is fantastic. She's great in that movie. Obviously, the DC stuff that she's done playing Amanda Waller, really just stone cold, heartless bitch, man. Boy, she really is, dude. But she plays it really well. Even the TV show Getting Away with Murder, that is such a fantastic show, man. She was so great as an actress in that. And she's done so much really fantastic roles, but she's more of a dramatic actress than an action actress. And I thought it was kind of fascinating putting her into a role like this, but I think it works so well because of it. I mean, you end up asking her to, yes, do the action stuff, which is not easy for her, especially at her age, but at the same time, you get a really great dramatic actress who is really competent in her acting game, can really pull off the dramatic scenes and make it really effective and emotional. And if you're able to get her to do the action stuff really well, then man, you got a 2-for-1 deal, baby. You really do. She is that fucking fantastic of an actress. She's proven it with Oscars. She's proven it with the tremendous roles that she's done. And putting her in this really gave not only the movie a ton of legitimacy, but gave it a lot more dramatic and acting sensibility than it might have normally would have had. She brings so much gravitas to this movie, and rightfully so, because she's just that damn good. It's easier to take a dramatic actor or actress and put them into an action role and make them badass and keep their really great acting chops. It's much tougher to take an action star and make them much more dramatic outside of the action realm. Sometimes you're able to do it, but it's not very easy to pull off. I'd rather have the dramatic turn badass than the other way around, and this movie absolutely proves it, man. It's a phenomenal story with phenomenal action and a great dramatic actress doing some really great badass work, and, oh, by the way, really pulling off the great dramatic chops in the acting department. So this movie has it all, and thanks to Viola Davis, it definitely works. No matter the circumstances, women have to stay together in Call Jane, the Blu-ray digital for $19.99, the DVD for $16.99. Ah, yes, the good old Elizabeth Banks, yes. You know, I gotta give a lot of props to Elizabeth Banks because I really do like her as an actress. And if you think about leading ladies, Elizabeth Banks doesn't nearly get as much love as I think she probably should, man. She's a really great actress, and she's done a lot of really fantastic roles. I love her small role in Wet Hot American Summer, which is really great. I loved her in the Spider-Man series. Loved her in Slither. Oh man, Slither is one of my favorites, dude. Of course, you have to say the Hunger Games franchise. She was fantastic in that. I really loved her in Catch Me If You Can. She was solid in. Loved her in the 40-Year-Old Virgin. He's fucking hilarious in that, dude. She's great, man. Even playing Laura Bush in the Oliver Stone biopic W. She really knows how to play dramatic and funny really well. She pulls it off in spades. Then again, she has had her not so hot moments like Power Rangers. I mean, look, it's not a bad movie necessarily if you think about it, but she is incredibly miscast as Rita Repulsa. You've got to admit that, man. I mean, she's really not that hot in the role. There's a lot of actresses I would have thought as Rita Repulsa, but she definitely was not one of them. Yeah, she didn't really pull it off, man. And then again, there's also the reboot of Charlie's Angels. Oof, yeah. Not much could save that. Not even Elizabeth Banks. Oh, yeesh, yeah, that was not good whatsoever, man. But you know, not only is she an actress, but she is starting to get into the directing stuff as well, and she has done some good things. I mean, Pitch Perfect 2 wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't the worst. Then again, yes, she was the one that directed the Charlie's Angels reboot, so yeah, her fingerprints are all over that mess. Yeah, there is that too, man. But then again, you know, even though those movies weren't necessarily the greatest, they weren't exactly failures either. They did make some amount of money. And on top of that, she's still doing her hand at some really great different types of genres. I mean, she's directing Cocaine Bear. Holy shit, man. That movie looks wild as shit, man. It might be the best thing that she will have done in a long time, dude, especially directing wise. I cannot wait for that movie, man. I mean, she has some good sensibilities as an actress and a director. Sometimes they come together in the best way possible. Actually, more than many times, actually. She's really, really fantastic as an actress. And sometimes there is a misfire or two, but you fall down, you get back up. That's what it is, man. But I think she's able to do things like Call Jane, a more dramatic, heartfelt movie, because she knows the balance between comedy and drama. She knows how to make it work. Not every actress is able to do that, but she does, and she does it rather successfully. Sometimes, yes, she misses the mark, but I think here she does it really well. She knows when to be dramatic. She knows when to be more lighthearted. This is a very serious movie with a lot of serious subject matter, but that doesn't mean that you can't make it relatable. You can't make it understandable. You can put a little bit of a lighthearted spin on it, and you get Elizabeth Banks for these types of roles, man. She's just that good, and she proves it again in Call Jane. With any actress or actor, there's a lot of throwing spaghetti at the wall, and most of the time, it does stick. There are moments where it won't, and you come across looking more like an ass than actually, actually kind of know what you're doing. But this time around, I think she picked a really great project with some really great actors behind her and a really great subject matter that she tackled and did it rather successfully. Not everyone is able to do that, but she does. And I think going forward in her career, I think more of these type of projects would definitely be a welcome. Look, I'm always going to be up for a good comedic Elizabeth Banks movie. I mean, come on, 40-Year-Old Virgin alone gets me going, baby. And Slither is amazing. But every now and again, you have to prove why you're a great actress, why you definitely have to be at the big girls' table. And Elizabeth Banks proves it in Call Jane. Not bad. Just the acting alone is worth it. But if you're okay with the subject matter and want a movie that's very relatable and understandable, and you can feel why these women are doing what they're doing, it's a great story worth telling. Elizabeth Banks makes it work in spades. A smile will get you in the end. Oh, indeed it will. And smile. A Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Oh, it definitely is too late once you see that, baby. Oh, yeah. The one thing I hear about this movie, especially before I saw it, well, it's a slow burn horror. Just so you know, just so you go in and you're prepared for, the slow progression of the story, that it doesn't hit you like a hammer. It is more taking its time. It's interesting because somehow that's a bad thing necessarily. See, I think slow burn horror movies have gotten a bad name over the years, man, because look, I'm going to be honest with you. We live in a society where everything is go, 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 get everything done, last minute shit. And so we don't like slow burn anything, to be honest with you. But, I understand it because yeah, sometimes things take too much time to get going. You're like, okay, come on, let's get this shit happening, man. It's horror after all right? Not snooze fest time, okay? I get it, but not everything can be Evil Dead 2, okay? Let's be perfectly honest here. But I feel like, yes, slow burn horror has gotten a bad name, but there's a lot of really great slow burn horror flicks out there, like Repulsion from 1965, Rosemary's Baby, The Wicker Man, The Omen. Let's not forget, that was definitely a slow burn, getting to the big reveal towards the end. Of course, Patrick from 1978, one of the best horror films to come out from Australia. If you have never seen that, man, watch it, because it's pretty fucking good, man. And let's not forget other ones out there like The Blair Witch Project, Session 9, The Orphanage, House of the Devil. There's a lot of that, man. I mean, you could even say It Follows is definitely a slow burn. The Vitch, Hereditary. I mean, there is a lot of really great, wonderful slow burn horror out there. Unfortunately, look, there's bad apples that ruin it for everybody, right? It happens with every genre, whether it's action, romance, drama, even horror has its issues from time to time. Nothing is ever really perfect. I only wish it was. But slow burn horror, I think, was really great back in the day, and I think nowadays you have to be very clever in how you do it in order to engage the audience. That's the thing about it. And I think that's why this was as successful as it was. It had a unique aspect to it with a very interesting way how they went about the horror, great thrills and chills, characters that you felt was not stupid, didn't make you feel like an idiot while watching it. I think horror has to be clever, especially nowadays. Now that we're, in 2022, heading into 2023, we've seen it all. Horror has shown us so much stuff, and we've sort of been accustomed to all of the surprises and all of the things out there. And I feel to a certain extent, certain genres like horror really have to go out of their way to overperform in order to make it even more spectacular than what you've seen before. And sometimes it means they overdo it, but sometimes it means they hit it pitch perfectly. And I think Smile is one of those movies, man, where you're just leaning into the horror, leaning into the intrigue, and you can't wait to see what happens. And once you do, it's like, bam! Whoa, shit, man. They get you unexpectedly, and it's so good, man. And it's kind of like a great thrill ride. And that's what horror is, and that's what horror has always done. The best horror has always done. And slow burn is some of the best horror that is out there. Yes, I love praising all the crazy, wacky, ridiculous horror out there, man, from the word go, whether it's Evil Dead or Reanimator, you name it, man. I love that shit. But a good slow burn, intriguing horror flick is definitely one that we've been accustomed to over the years, and if it's good, it will last a lifetime. And Smile is an infection worth having. Reacher. Jack motherfucking Reacher. Yeah, season 1, baby. The DVD for 1999. Yes, look at that, baby. Those arms are swole. Holy shit, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, baby, considering that, I am a subscriber to Amazon Prime. It's playing exclusively on Amazon Prime, so, hey, since I have a subscription, might as well, baby. And I wouldn't say I was hesitant, but look, I've never read any of the Jack Reacher books, all right? And when that first movie came out with Tom Cruise, I really liked that movie. I thought it was actually really well done. I thought Tom Cruise was badass in that. But everybody was shitting on that movie like a motherfucker because they're like, well, That's not the Jack Reacher that I want. And I'm like, wait a minute. He was really good in it. And they're like, well, it's not how the character would be from the book. That's not how the description of it is. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. You want something that feels like what you're reading off of the page. Fair enough. But that was a good movie, though. And I was like, well, if Tom Cruise can pull it off, then what's the big frickin' deal? But then the second Jack Reacher movie came out, and yeah, as much as I really like that first movie, man, that second movie is absolute dog shit. Fuck, it's really bad, man. So the whole Tom Cruise having another franchise thing didn't really work out the way he was hoping for, but hey, at least he tried, man. But I thought, okay, that's done for Jack Reacher on the screen. We're probably not going to get another one, but where a movie fails, maybe a TV show might be better. And so they were gonna do this whole Reacher show. And they cast this dude right here, man. I think it's Alan Richson, I believe it is, something like that. And I looked at him and I'm like, dude, he's really big, he's imposing, really like tough ass dude. But I'm like, I don't know, I just don't really feel him as Reacher. He didn't really feel to me like, oh, wow, this really, guy that you would underestimate type of dude, but really ends up, like, really being far more clever than people give him credit for. I didn't really feel that from his casting. But then everybody was like, dude, this is the perfect Reacher. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. So I'm like, you know what, before I judge it, let me give it a fair shot on Amazon. Let me watch the whole season. And dude, after I watched all the episodes, the 8 episodes of this season, man, I'm hooked. Dude, I'm in. You got me, bro. I'm like, this guy is fucking amazing as Reacher. This is a great show, man, and I absolutely underestimated it. The storytelling, him as an actor, the believability, and man, was I so wrong. It was so freaking great, man. And basically, it's just like any of the Reacher stuff. He comes into this town, killings and all this mysterious stuff starts to happen, and now he's caught up in all of this web of deceit and lies and murder, and he has to try to figure this all out along with people that are a little bit skeptical of him and a little bit unsure of what he's going to bring to the table. But slowly everything starts to unravel all at once, man, with Reacher being the one to take the reins, and all of the action and the spectacle and the badassness is on display. Oh, you bet your ass it is. Damn, dude, this show got me. And like any good show, you're just watching it and you slowly are leaning in more, and you're more intrigued by Reacher and all the crazy circumstances and all the mysteries and the murder and what's exactly going on. And before you know it, you're watching the next episode, and after that, you're watching the next episode after that, and another episode, and suddenly you've devoured like 4 or 5 episodes in a row. You're like, oh shit, man, like 5 hours have passed. Man, I don't know what I've just done with my life, but I'm glad I did it. Like, shit, dude. It is so phenomenally well done. The acting, the action, the story, the mystery, the answers, the reveals. It's so well done, and you get to really understand the characters, and you get to know them, and they develop them, and you feel intrigued by Reacher. You're a little bit skeptical, but at the same time, he's a good guy caught up in a bad situation. And it's phenomenal how he plays this. He plays it sympathetic, but very intimidating, scary, but yet relatable. And that's not easy to pull off, man. And this guy does it in spades. You can look at this guy as this big sort of meathead, right? But he brings so much more to the table than just that. And his acting really shows it off, man. And I think the dialogue does, and the story really ends up making it believable. You really feel that this man is not only capable of beating the living hell out of you, but also really figuring things out from a very logical perspective. So amazingly well done, man. Absolutely brilliant. I was on the edge of my seat every single episode, and I loved every fucking minute of it. Man, I mean, if this is what the book says, consider me a huge fucking fan. And I know they're doing season 2. I want season 2 like a motherfucker. I seriously do, man. And now I sort of look at this season of Reacher. I look at this guy as Reacher, and I'm like, he's it. I don't think of Tom Cruise anymore. Fuck Tom Cruise, man. This guy's Reacher, dude. This guy really embodies everything about Reacher that I really want and love and didn't think I needed, but now I want more of it. And don't get me wrong, you know, Tom Cruise is a star. He's incredibly appealing. Of course he is. I mean, come on, man. Maverick, dude. He's great. But I don't think Reacher suited him. As much as I like that first movie, he doesn't feel like that character. This dude does. And I think a TV show is the best way to go about doing the Reacher universe, the Reacher world, man. And I can't wait to see the next stories they tell. I can't wait to see the returning characters, what happens with him. There's so many books, there's so many stories to tell. You could do this series for a long, long time. And if it's up to the same standards as what season 1 is, I'm on board, dude. You got me. I'm hooked, man. This is great, suspenseful television on the edge of your seat, a great thrill ride. And I loved every goddamn second of it, man. If you were kind of hesitant, look, I was hesitant. And I've never even read the fucking books. But if you're a huge fan of the books, this does it justice in the biggest, baddest way. I wouldn't fuck with Reacher, but if he's on my team, oh yeah, I definitely want him having my back.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Oh, one of many, many iconic lines in Pulp Fiction. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $22.99. And oh, look at that gorgeous, badass babe, Uma Thurman, baby. Oh, very, very nice indeed, man. Oh, first time in 4K, or the first time for everything. And this movie is definitely deserving of it. Oh, indeed it is, man. God, Pulp Fiction. God, I love this movie, dude. You gotta remember the time that it came out, right? Because Reservoir Dogs had come out. It was this indie hit that surprised a lot of people. Quentin Tarantino, this video store clerk turned filmmaker. But he wasn't really beloved yet. Everyone's like, okay, what else you got, kid? You know what I mean? Sort of that mentality of, well, we're like your first thing, but you got a ways to go, brother. And so when Pulp Fiction came out, it surprised everybody. It blew the doors off of everybody's expectations and really made him the household name that he is today, man. It's just that good, man. The storytelling is incredibly clever. The dialogue is dynamic. The acting, whether it's from the smallest cameo to the largest role, is pitch perfect. I love the violence. I love the action sequences. I love the great tense and thrilling standoffs. It felt unpredictable. It felt unrelenting. It was quirky. It was unique. It was something you hadn't seen in a long time, and it really just blew your mind the first time you watched it, and continues to do that to this very day. It's so fucking good, man. It is fantastic, and might I add that it actually did the impossible task of reviving John Travolta's career. So there is that, man. So it is so amazingly well done. And I give Quentin Tarantino so much credit because this is his second film. His second film, man. I mean, most people's second film don't even reach these kind of heights. Very few filmmakers are able to do this on their second film. And Quentin Tarantino smashes it, man. I mean, he's so good, and you can tell that he is such a student of cinema, that he knows the storytelling capabilities and the shortcomings, and he studied various filmmakers and movies,
And he's so clever in how he writes his dialogue and how he frames his characters. It's so amazingly well done, man. He's brilliant. It's not even an overstatement to say that. I mean, he really has proven himself. He is somebody that truly understands aspects of cinema that other creators and other directors just, to me, either can't even understand or don't really even pay attention to. But Quentin Tarantino does. And he recreates old school Hollywood in the best way possible, whether it's old Japanese stuff like in Kill Bill or certain aspects here in Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown as well, really great blaxploitation stuff. I mean, he really understands certain aspects to storytelling and old school movies that he replicates into modern day masterpieces. And he's just that damn good, and he's just that damn effective, and Pulp Fiction proves it. As I've said, I like younger Tarantino more than I like older Tarantino. I kind of feel like older Tarantino is more up his ass than younger Tarantino. But I still appreciate the guy, and I still appreciate what he has to bring to cinema. And when all is said and done, when he officially retires, we're going to look back on his movies, things like Pulp Fiction, and we're going to say, like, dude, this guy is a once-in-a-generation filmmaker that has really transformed the craft of Hollywood and of filmmaking in the best way possible. And Pulp Fiction is proof positive of that. It's so fucking good, and that's why it's a classic, because, man, they just don't make them like Pulp Fiction. Oh, they really don't, dude. Oh, man, Pulp Fiction is so fucking amazing. Oh, you bet your ass it is. Oh, man, and the 4K love, not bad, especially with my girl Uma. Oh, yeah, that's for damn sure. Put it this way, nobody messes with Mia Wallace, because if they do, there is going to be true hell to pay, and jamming that needle in her is exactly what needed to be done. Just like Pulp Fiction, it's a great shot to the system that needed to happen, and damn glad for it. Oh, you bet your ass. Not bad, and not bad for the physical media love. Target is on point yet again, and damn glad for it. Oh yeah. Let's head out. Well, it looks like Target pulled it off yet again. I can't say I'm all that surprised because, Target done deliver almost all the time, don't they? So how would this week be seriously any different? Come on, man. They had the new release goodies. They had surprises. They had 4K upgrades. This was definitely a worthwhile week for physical media love, and Target proves it yet again, and they matched Walmart pretty well. Maybe not 100%, but they kept up the pace. Oh, they truly did, man, and it always makes me a very happy physical media boy, and I know it does for you as well. Not bad for the physical media love here. Target is definitely holding it down, but hopefully more places will keep on going with the examples. But how about we find out?
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles worth showing off. Well, if there is, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 HQ and show it out to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And, man, sometimes you think franchises are dead. They ain't coming back with more. Well, my bad. Nothing's ever really dead, especially when it comes to the Transformers. Oh, holy hell, man. Transformers Rise of the Beast is coming to a theater near you this upcoming summer. Holy shit, man. This movie kind of snuck up on me. I didn't realize they were doing another Transformers movie. I thought that shit was gone, dude. Like, the Michael Bay stuff was a joke. It made a lot of money, but critically, everybody fucking hated it. They did Bumblebee, which, by the way, I happen to really like, but it didn't make nearly as much money as everybody was expecting. And so I thought, oh shit, we're just not going to get Transformers for a long time. Jeez. Transformers is like the Pet Sematary of movie franchises. Just when you think it's dead, rises from the ashes and becomes something even more evil. Okay, look, to be fair, the trailer looks good, okay? There's a lot of action being thrown at your face, explosions all over the place, Autobots and Decepticons I transforming and transforming back and shit. Okay, fine. But I have been fooled by these Transformers movies, and I'm going to be honest with you. I do not like any of the Transformers movies outside of Bumblebee. That is it. The other movies, dude, it's got annoying human characters, terrible jokes, piss, fart, shit jokes about the Autobots. Michael Bay's humor is crude, and what he does with the Autobots and the Decepticons, man, jeez, this guy's hands. I love Michael Bay, but he should have never touched the Transformers, okay? I don't care how much money they made. Those movies are flat out embarrassments. I mean, they're really not that good, man. And I know that he's not the director of this movie. So there is something to be said about that. But I don't know if they're going to stick to the same formula or not. I don't even know if they're bringing back any of the same characters from any of the other movies. I don't think they are. I'm assuming we're still going to have the same characters like Bumblebee and obviously Optimus Prime, but bringing in newer characters like, of course, the Transformer apes and all of the animals and stuff like that, which is cool, by the way. I mean, it kind of reminds me of things like Beast Wars, which of course was really cool for the fan base. Look, at the end of the day, I'm a G1. I'm a Generation 1 Transformers fan, okay? So a lot of this newer Transformers stuff, a lot of these newer characters, I really don't know much about. I'm not really as invested in them as some of the other Transformers fans might be. It looks cool, though. I mean, the CGI looks spot on. It looks badass. The action looks really kick-ass and dynamic and badass like a mofo. It looks cool. I just don't know at the end of the day about it. I just don't know, man, because I've been so burnt by those other Transformers movies that I just don't know if I'm willing to go down the same road again. I mean, burn me once, twice, 3, 4, 5, and I'm like, shit, man. I mean, dude, how many times do I have to, endure this shit? I mean, at the end of the day, it might get me back into the movie theater only because it's such a big thing like Transformers. But, man, this Transformers franchise has stink on it, okay? I'm just being real. It does. I don't care how much money a movie makes. That's not what interests me at the end of the day, of how much money a movie makes, the box office behemoth it is. I care about the characters. I care about the story. I care about the plot, the dialogue. I care about that stuff. That's what I care about. And ultimately, at the end of the day, those Transformers movies, no matter how much millions and billions of dollars they made, they're just not good movies, especially good franchise movies. And so I would be fine with a reboot. We're not getting that. We're getting a continuation of the series. I don't know where we're going with the bad guys or the characters or the twists and turns. I'm assuming if they're doing more Transformers movies, obviously they have a plan. Obviously they know they're going to make more after this. If this is successful, they have hopefully a story figured out. They have characters figured out. They have a path going forward. Let's hope. I'm just hoping at the end of the day that this is better than the other Michael Bay movies. I'm hoping it's more towards Bumblebee. It had great humor. It had great characters. It was heartwarming. I really felt for Bumblebee. I felt for that story. And if you can bring heart and character to an already action-packed film, then you've got me. And this has that. I'm not saying it'll happen, but then again, I've seen a miracle or two, so guess I'm willing to go for it. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I know a lot of people are really hyped about the movie. They are really yes, Transformers. And I'm like, whoopee, Transformers. Let's hope I'm proven wrong. Let's hope indeed, guys. But what do you think about it? Do you think that the world needs more Transformer movie love, or do you think it's about time to just end the shit? You know where I stand. Definitely let me know about you guys. But in the meantime, well, what about the movie physical media love? I mean, we've seen it quite a bit at some of the other stores. But what about the second Walmart? Hopefully we'll have some. Maybe, maybe not. How about we go in, check it all out. All right, everybody. We are in at the good old second Walmart, and I've been getting disappointed as of late, man. The last couple of times, there's been no physical media weirdness, bizarro. And I'm starting to get it, man. I'm starting to get it up to here, damn it. I want my weirdness, baby, and I have been without it. I've been hungering for it. I needs it. I'm like Gollum. I've got to have my precious. So where is it? Come on. This week we can't be without it yet again. I mean, with such physical media bonanza, with so much out there in the ether, it can't be this week we have none, right? We've got to have something. And honestly, we got jack shit yet again. I'm serious, man. There is literally zippity doodah at the second Walmart. There is zippity doodah of physical media bizarro. Man, for such a crazy week, there's just not enough bizarro to go around. And that's a goddamn shame, man. 3 videos in a row we're striking out. Man, and Walmart seriously needs to get their shit together. It looks like a piece of shit, man. It is so bad and so bare and empty, like Mother's Hubbard's covered like a motherfucker. It's really bad, dude. So, yet again, we strike out, but here I am, the hopeful optimist that's always longing for better days for physical media goodness. So let's hope next week brings it, because this week certainly ain't giving us jack shit. But here's to being the ever hopeful optimist. Indeed. Well, maybe not this week, but next week. Sad to say, no physical media weirdness and bizarro, but it just means the next time will be even sweeter. Let's hope. But if not any physical media goodness here, hopefully at the next place. Let's go and find out. All right, everybody. We are at our 4th and final location, and well, the holiday season brings so much joy to so many people in the world. Physical media is one of those joys, and well, if you can get it wherever you can, why not spread the joy all around like a bookstore? Hey, do we judge where we get the physical media as long as you get it, even at bookstores? Come on, folks. I know you don't judge, and neither do I, when we go into none other than, yes, a good old Barnes & Noble's B&N, baby, back yet again. Boy, it's a jam-packed release week full of wonderful movie gold. But what will Barnes & Noble's carry? Hopefully some goodness, hopefully some surprises. It's been good once in a while here. Let's hope it's good yet again. How about we go in? Check it out.
All right, everybody. We are in a good old B&N. The Christmas music is flowing, which kind of bums this Jew out. But hey, the physical media definitely gets me in a better mood, though. Oh, indeed it does. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of Devious smile goodness. Yes, the DVD, the Blu-ray, the 4K. Oh, baby, man, they got everything in good supply here. Not bad for all the horror love. Oh, you bet your ass, man. Not bad indeed, baby. And the one thing that really intrigued me about this movie was the idea of the curse. Yes, the idea of seeing somebody kill themselves, and that ends up transferring, the spirit transfers inside of them until they kill themselves, and then somebody sees them kill themselves, and then it's just ongoing continuously. You need to kill yourself in a grisly way in front of somebody in order for the curse to continue on and on and on. It's just this chain that is never ending, man. And I was thinking to myself, I said, wait a minute, there's a lot of interesting horror movies out there that have some curses attached to them. Oh, indeed they do, man. I mean, there are some that are a little more obvious than others, such as, lest we remember a little bit of Candyman. 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 Oh, okay, I'm not tempting fate, motherfucker. Oh, I am not tempting fate indeed, man. Yeah, I'm not saying it again. Okay, this is the reboot, remake-ish, whatever. Not my jam exactly, but the original is so good. And it is a really great legend, if you really think about it. The idea of saying it 5 times in the mirror. And it's kind of like one of those jokes where everyone's like, oh, okay, well, it's to get you into bed, right? Oh, we'll do the chores. And you're like, it's not real. And then once you do it, there he appears with the hook and the bees, and he's gonna take your soul. Oh man, it's so good, dude. I mean, just the legend alone is aces, and I think they did a really good job with that, with the movie, and even some of the sequels weren't half bad either. It was not the best horror franchise, but they utilized it very well in a very great original first movie. Everything after that, kind of copy and paste. But that first movie, though, is fantastic. But it is a curse that is still going to this day. Yeah. So indeed it is, man. Not half bad with that love. However, lest we forget that there is another one. Oh, yes, another one of those that, if you watch the tape, bad things will come your way with Samara. Oh, the ring, baby, yes. Watch if you dare. This was so great, and it's so weird to say this because it kind of, in a weird way, is kind of outdated because of the whole idea of the VHS tape and passing it along. And a lot of kids nowadays just is not gonna get that anymore, dude. And that's a fucking shame, man. God, it seriously is, dude. Because that was the thing, right? Because you would find these tapes at these video rental stores or random stuff at, like, thrift markets and everything. You find this random VHS that is unknown. You have no idea what the hell it is, man, and you pop it in and suddenly you see something mysterious, something weird, something odd, bizarre. You have no idea what it is, but then you get a phone call. 7 days. Oh shit. Damn, dude. It's like, man, how'd you get my fucking number, bitch? And then it's not until some freaky shit starts happening that you realize, dude, man, the undead is gonna fuck with you like a motherfucker, man. Damn, dude. It's great. It's eerie, it's atmospheric, and I just love the idea of the curse being passed along to person, almost kind of like a joke of like, oh, if you watch this tape, 7 days, and then before you know it, your ass is dead. Oh, it's so good, man. And it's still really effective to this day, man. It seriously is, man. Such a great, phenomenal movie. And The Curse, very effective. Maybe not as effective as it was back in the day, but VHS tapes one day will make a comeback. I swear. I hope so. Oh, man, not bad indeed, man. I mean, there's some really great ones out there. I mean, Pulse is another really great horror movie. Not the American one, but the Japanese one is really fantastic. That's really great. Of course, the original Ringu, of course, fantastic as well. I mean, there's some really, really great ones out there. I would say one of the ones that really comes to mind as of late is It Follows. God, I love It Follows, man. Very Carpenter-esque. Taking a lot of inspiration from good old John Carpenter, baby. And I love the idea of it being transferred sexually. The idea that you have sex with this person and the curse is transferred onto them. And the more people you sleep with, the better your odds of survival are. Very much sexually transmitted disease, very much like something like an AIDS or, any number of STDs out there. but in horror form. And I thought it was absolutely fucking brilliant, man. I loved that movie, dude. I thought it was so phenomenal. And I'm so glad it never got a sequel. There was always these talks of, oh, make another sequel. It Follows 2 or whatever the fuck it was going to be called. And I'm like, no. Dude, it's so good as a one-off. I'd hate to see them make another one. It just wouldn't be as good, man. I mean, seriously. I thought that was so fantastic. And whether it's watching a tape, saying the words to a certain somebody, sexually transmitting it to somebody else, a smile. I mean, there's some really great ways to make a curse really effective, man. And this is really great. What I love about a curse is that at one point it becomes really serious. And the more it's passed down, the more things end up really happening. What goes down is at a certain point, it starts to become legend. It turns into history. And sooner or later, it starts to be forgotten. And then when people bring it up, it's like, oh, that old thing that they used to do back in the day to scare people. And I love the idea that we live in such a modern age now with modern technology and modern scientific fact that a lot of these old myths and legends turn into jokes at this point. But sometimes they're very much real, and before you know it, your ass is caught up in one. And I think that's fucking brilliant, dude. I think it's great, and I think movies like Smile are a perfect embodiment of it. It's so fucking amazing, dude. Again, this movie was aces, and there's something about curse movies that just really get you, man, that are so good. Even if it's something like, you know, like the Wolfman or something like that, you know, like a curse is put upon you. I mean, even those, simple as they are still really great. Or one of my favorites I love is Thinner from back in the day, that Stephen King adaptation. That's so good, man, with the gypsies and shit. So fantastic, dudes. There's something about curses that just give you the heebie-jeebies, man. It really does. But they're so fucking awesome, man. And this one is absolutely unnerving. It's scary. It's terrifying. It's mysterious. And it gets under your skin in the best ways possible, man. Smile, as far as curse movies go, I'm definitely staying away from people with creepy smiles. And if you come near me with one, let's just put it this way, I'm running like a motherfucker. You bet your ass I am, man. Not bad special features either. Commentaries, deleted scenes, featurettes. Not bad at all, man. Look, you know, there's a lot of really great movies with curses out there. I just named some. Amazing. Maybe have a night of horrific curse movies. I can't say that you'll sleep well, but you'll thank me later.
I got a ticket to paradise that literally no one wants to go to if it includes Clooney and Julia Roberts. Just saying, man. They are motherfucking buzzkills. Oh, man. Oh, Ticket to Paradise. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $35. That's a ticket I'm not willing to purchase, bitch. Holy shit. Bet your ass on that one, dude. But, you know, look. As far as romantic comedies about divorced couples, and as niche as that might be, boy, there's a lot of ones in that genre, man. Jesus, there is, dude. I mean, more than you might actually think there is. I mean, there's some really fantastic ones, like Crazy Stupid Love. Crazy Stupid Love is really great, man, with Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling. I love that flick, man. That's really funny, dude. That's great. I love that one. Of course, you have First Wives Club, which is fantastic. I love those three leading ladies. They are definitely badass when it comes to getting one up on the man. That's for damn sure, man. That is really great. Of course, you have to remember that Mrs. Doubtfire, in a lot of ways, is also about a divorced couple going through their problems and Robin Williams trying to cope with it. You gotta remember that, man. I mean, there's other ones like Definitely Maybe and so many more out there. Actually, one that I really love,
that kind of is a little bit underrated, actually, is Mr. Wonderful with Matt Dillon. I believe it's from like 1993. So good, man. I watched that one on VHS long ago. Basically, he's sort of sick and tired of, dealing with the possibility of divorce and everything like that. So he's trying to shack her up with other men, but ends up falling for her again. It's actually really funny, man. It's a really sort of heartwarming comedic flick, but really well done, actually. Quite charming. Not bad, man. There's so many more like it. There's even one that I really love with Bette Midler called That Old Feeling, which she's really great with, I think, Dennis Farina. Really fantastic one, really funny as well. So there's a lot of really good examples of them, really solid comedies. I emphasize the comedy part because Ticket to Paradise doesn't really have much of it. I mean, it's trying like a motherfucker, but failing absolutely epically, dude. Look, man, you just have to have the right pairing, the right script, and you have to make it work. And it's not to say that Clooney and Roberts can't do it, because they can. They've done it before, but they just didn't have the right dialogue and the right script and the right director, and a lot of it failed them at the end of the day. It wasn't them that failed the movie, it was the movie that failed them, unfortunately. And that's really the thing about it at the end of the day, man. Divorce is not exactly a funny subject matter. It's not exactly something that everyone's like, oh, geez, divorce couples, or hardy horror. It's not exactly the most laugh riot worthy. Okay, I mean, movies like Kramer versus Kramer or Marriage Story is some serious shit. But you can make it funny under the right circumstances. I've given you examples of it, but Ticket to Paradise just isn't one of them. It just wasn't funny. It was cringy, and it was lame, and any attempt at humor just absolutely fell flat. It just really sucks, man, because it's had a lot of potential, and I know there's a lot of people that actually really do like the movie. I'm just not one of them, man. I think I expected better. I expected more. I expected more charm. I expected better chemistry. I expected better laughs. And it failed on all accounts. It's a shame, because I like these actors. I think the location is beautiful. There's a lot going for it, but it just didn't really do its due diligence as a comedy. When you can't even get one chuckle out of me, that's saying a lot, man, because I laugh at a lot of stuff, man, but this movie just failed in every single fucking aspect, dude. It's a fucking shame, man. I mean, there's some interesting bonus features, behind the scenes, into the production, all that jazz. I mean, I hope people like this movie. I really do. It just wasn't my jam, man. And I think when it's compared to other comedies about divorced couples, I think it falls absolutely flat. I love seeing George Clooney, and it's been a hot minute since I've seen him in anything, and the same with Julia Roberts. They barely work anymore, dude. It's like they got their Oscars, and basically they're off to the races and doing other fucking things, man, and they don't care anymore. It's nice to see them back together again and see them in movies, but if they're like Ticket to Paradise, why bother, man? Fuck, and that's just what pisses me off, dude. So much potential, and just completely fucked it up. How do you do it? It's not easy, but Ticket to Paradise proves that, yeah, it can be done. Teenagers, aliens, this might be my jam. Ooh, Slashback? What? Dude, I have not heard of this movie, man. These aliens mess with the wrong kids? What? Whoa, what the fuck is that, man? Yo, this is a cool-ass cover. A charming and exciting gateway horror film. Ooh, tell me more, man. What is this? In Canada, just 31 miles south of the Arctic Circle, it's just a typical summer day. No school, no cool boys, well, except one. And 24-hour sunlight. But for Megan and her friends, everything changes when they discover an alien invasion threatening their small village. These teenagers have been underestimated their whole lives, but using makeshift weapons and their horror movie knowledge. Yeah, they fight to show the aliens that you don't mess with the girls from Pang. Oh, you bet your ass, baby. Whoa, this looks really cool, man. This looks fucking awesome. God, how have I not heard of this thing, man? Shit. This looks great. And I really love the idea of using, the modern day tropes of teenagers to a movie's benefit, man. That's what I like about types of movies like this, man. Like using your horror movie knowledge to benefit you against a alien or evil foe, man. And I just wish that would happen so many times. You have no idea how many times I literally yell at the fucking TV screen at home with some of these horror movies that are coming out, and I'm like, you motherfuckers, haven't you seen a goddamn fucking movie in your goddamn life, you sons of bitches? And having a movie like this where the characters are kind of smart to actually know what the fuck is going on and actually clever. Wow, man, that's actually a thing? Holy shit, man. Dude, that is awesome. And I just love the idea of, supposedly lazy teenagers and how people sort of underestimate the new generation and how they can be clever in their own ways. I mean, look, I've shit on this new generation a time or two. Look, Bodies is fucking terrible, man. And I am not apologizing for that, okay? There's no fucking way I'm doing it. But you can be clever with the new generation. You just have to do it in unique and interesting ways. And I think this might be one of those. If the aliens are kind of quirky and weird and have a cool design, and the characters are smart enough to evade them, but the aliens aren't like completely lame-ass dopes at the end of the day, they can still get one up on them. I think this could be a really good movie, man. If it's got some good action, some good kills, some tense moments, some kick-ass alien creatures, man, I'm up for it, dude. I really am. This could be cool. Seriously. Sometimes you end up finding a really great movie that comes out that really says how great the potential is for this new generation of horror and sci-fi. Like Attack the Block with John Boyega, man, which is so fucking great, dude. And then you get shit like Bodies that takes like 2 steps back. But this looks like something really fun and entertaining, and I would be down for it, man. This looks really fucking cool. Almost like 30 Days of Night or some shit meets Attack the Block in a weird way. And, man, that's like a cool fucking mashup. So, I'm down for this, man. I haven't seen it, but I'm willing to give it a go if you have. Dude, definitely let me know. This looks fucking awesome, man. And cool. Interesting. Something I'll definitely have to put on the good old bucket list, man. Not bad. And speaking of stuff that I'm going to have to put on the bucket list, Resurrection. Huh. What is this? Man, I've not heard of this. Rebecca Hall, Tim Roth. Whoa. How have I not heard of this one either? What is this about? Margaret's life is in order. She is capable, disciplined, and successful. Soon her teenage daughter, whom Margaret raised by herself, will be going off to a fine university just as Margaret had intended. Aw, everything is under control. That is until David returns, carrying with him the horrors of Margaret's past. Oh, shit. What the fuck is going on here, man? Is it like domestic abuse or some crazy history that they have together? Some unknown horror that is awaiting her? What the hell's happening here, man? Yo, this is interesting. I mean, I love Tim Roth, dude. I've loved him ever since Reservoir Dogs. And Rebecca Hall, dude, she's great. I loved her in Iron Man 3. She was fucking fantastic in The Night House. If you've ever seen that, man, you gotta watch that. That is fucking phenomenal. She's fantastic. I mean, you have 2 superior actors in here. A very interesting sort of everything is under control until this guy comes back into her life and wrecks her entire being. I mean, interesting. I'm curious as to what this is, man. This looks rather interesting. Sort of, horror, thriller. could be very cool, man. Great actors and a mysterious plot. Ooh, I'm definitely intrigued like a motherfucker. That's for damn sure.
Fight for your freedom in The Woman King, the Blu-ray digital for...
Ooh, it doesn't have a price. Oh, that's weird. $35. $35 for your freedom ain't half bad. Ain't half bad at all, baby. However, well, it's not exactly like that. Okay, see, I said that I was going to get back to the controversy, and yeah, so this movie is really good, very dramatic, incredibly well executed in the action department, great story, all that jazz. But there's one wee little problem. It's really skewing the facts like a motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, in a big bad fucking way. Okay. The idea that the Dahomey, especially the Agoji tribe, that this movie is portraying them as freedom fighters, that they were going against slavery and the slave trade, and that is anything but the truth. The honest fact is simple. These people sold slaves. They captured their own type of people and they sold them to Europeans, slave traders. They made their money purely and solely on selling slaves. They were one of the biggest and most successful in selling their own people into slavery. That's the truth. And this movie completely washes it away. And that's hugely controversial, man, because people were going apeshit over this. Once they did their research, once they found out what the truth was about this whole story, and the fact that there's barely even a mention of what this tribe was doing and the deviousness, how they were going about it, and the fact that they just completely just wiped it all away, man, people were fucking furious, man. And they were trying to sort of like, well, you know, we're trying to do our own story, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, people were not having it, dude. I mean, the movie was still incredibly successful, don't get me wrong. But man, it wasn't without the controversy, and it was controversial like a motherfucker. It really was, dude. And you know what? I get it. I understand it, because look, you want these stories to be truthful. You don't want them to hide these sort of crucial facts from the world and try to just wash it away. And people have kind of complained that this was very sort of Black Panther-esque. The fact that the tribe very much felt like, you know, the ones in Black Panther, and that they were just trying to ape off of the success of that movie. And I get it. I understand why. In fact, this movie would never have been made without the success of Black Panther. True story. So, I mean, they do owe a lot to that movie. This flick was in development hell for the longest time until Black Panther was successful. Suddenly somebody said, oh, well, we'll put like $50 million into this movie and then we'll really get this thing going. But yeah, you just had to scrub the controversy away. But the thing about it is that I see all these people that are pissing on the Woman King about hiding all of these facts, and I get it, I understand it. But where was the controversy with Gladiator? Where was the controversy with all these historical movies that washed away all the fucking controversies that was going on during that time period? Where are all those motherfuckers that are standing up against this movie, man? Where are they? I mean, if one gets away with it, why can't another? And I'm not saying that any movie should get away with it, but you give a pass to one thing and then the other thing you're just gonna completely ignore? I mean, come on, dude. I mean, if fair is fair here, we gotta call every one of them out. And you didn't really see that happening, man, which kind of sucks. Look, as somebody who is a lover of movies, a student of film per se, I understand that you want to be truthful about the history, and the ugly history at that. I get it. But at the end of the day, a movie is a movie, and it's meant to entertain you, and it's meant to perhaps put a spotlight on certain issues, but not tell you 100% of everything that went on. And, sometimes these movies happen, man. I mean, at the end of the day, do you want to be scolded constantly about the history of what happened, or do you want an entertaining movie? That's a hard thing to say, man, because a documentary really is going to open up the dilemmas and the issues. But is a documentary going to get as popular as something like an actual event blockbuster movie like this? I highly doubt it, man. But it's not to say that they can't make a movie that really talks about the controversy. They can, but they have to make it entertaining enough where people are actually going to want to see it. That's the difficulty. But look, at the end of the day, I get why people are upset, but I kind of ended up... I knew some of those facts going into the movie, but I still let it sort of wash over me because I wanted an entertaining movie with dramatic acting and great action, and at the end of the day, I got it. And it's a good movie for little girls as far as really being warriors and soldiers and standing up to the big bads out there. So there's a lot of really great things in this movie, and yes, it doesn't really tell you the whole 100% history and facts, but maybe it's not meant to. There's a time and place for everything, and there will eventually be a great movie that maybe tells all of the tale. But for the time being, you get this. And if we're willing to end up forgetting all the bad history and all these other old school action epics, then we can do the same for The Woman King. Just saying, history is ugly, and there's a time and place to tell the tale, but we also want to be entertained. It's kind of, one way or the other, but The Woman King is really good. Take out the fact that it's not telling the entire truth and just take it as a movie, and it is incredibly entertaining and well worthy of being told. That is for damn sure, man. I mean, you get some really great special features, commentary, a bunch of featurettes, interviews, you name it. Look, nothing in life is perfect, okay? That's for damn sure. I could tell you that one. And with movies, there's always going to be little white lies that are going to be told in them, because at the end of the day, you have to make an entertaining flick that works for everybody. And sometimes getting rid of some of the ugly facts ends up doing that. And hey, at the end of the day, entertainment is still entertainment. And who doesn't like a good action blockbuster epic? Look, The Woman King has its fair share of problems and doesn't always tell the truth. And the truth is skewed in more ways than one. But many movies are like that. It's not just this movie. And to blame it for that is the wrong thing to do. Because if you're not going to forgive this movie, then you shouldn't forgive a hell of a lot of other films out there. Take it for entertainment. And when you do, The Woman King truly, and I mean definitely, succeeds.
To solve the murder, it all comes down to Amsterdam.
Geez, I wish that was the truth, because it'd make the movie a hell of a lot more easier. Shit. I mean, less of a clusterfuck at that.
Oh, jeez. Amsterdam, the Blu-ray digital for $36. Well,
for a confusing clusterfuck of a movie, $36 ain't bad. Shit, I'll take what I can get, man. You have to remember, with this movie being a hodgepodge of ideas and it being all over the place, it's directed by David O. Russell, man. And David O. Russell is one of those directors that throws everything in the kitchen sink into his movies. And I'm not even fucking joking you, dude. I mean, some end up turning out better than others. But, dude, he is a quirky as hell filmmaker. He is somebody that beats to his own drum. God bless his heart and soul. And sometimes it works out really well. I mean, he ended up directing a phenomenal movie, man. Wahlberg, Clooney, Ice Cube, Three Kings, anybody? Oh, Three Kings is so fucking great, man. I love Three Kings, man. That is a phenomenal movie, man. It's about a lot of different things, but primarily the war and finding gold and complications like a motherfucker yet again, but he ends up pulling it off in a very quirky action comedy that man, is hella entertaining. And let's not forget that he also directed The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg, which is a great movie, man. That's probably one of his more straightforward movies, to be fair. I mean, it is really great though, man, and it deserved a lot of the Oscar love that it got. It was really well done, man. He also ended up directing Silver Linings Playbook with Jennifer Lawrence, which, by the way, that's another really phenomenal movie, but that is all over the place with the story. I mean, it's about mental illness and romance and family, and it's got a lot of ideas in there. I mean, it works really well, but there's a lot going on in that movie, dude. But then again, he also directed American Hustle with Lawrence and Christian Bale and a whole host of people, dude. I mean, that is a phenomenal movie as well. Loved it. Maybe not as good as Silver Linings Playbook, but still really phenomenal acting wise. But the story is wild, man. Again, all over the place, all these different types of people, this housewife, hussy, con man, you know, into this whole FBI scheme. Dude, it's fucking nuts. Wild story, but kind of true, actually. And man, again, it works, but it works in a really like quirky way. But then again, sometimes him doing straightforward stuff just comes off as average as well, because he ended up doing Joy with Jennifer Lawrence, and Joy wasn't bad. I saw it with my mother during the holiday season, and it was all right. We enjoyed it for what it was, but it wasn't anything spectacular. Kind of okay at best. It was all right, man. I mean, he has a very weird sensibility, and he pushes actors, man. He absolutely does, man. He directed a movie called I Heart Huckabees. If you've ever seen it, man, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, please watch it, because, dude, there's so many great stories behind the scenes of that movie. He pushed the actors to the breaking point where they literally wanted to beat the shit out of him, dude. Lily Tomlin, who's in the movie, man, she has publicly said that she hated him, man. She wanted to literally like beat the shit out of him. I mean, people were very antagonistic to him, dude. He was really pushing buttons in a big bad way. I think he's gotten better dealing with actors, doing more movies, but man, that was, ooh, dude, that was rough, man. It's entertaining as hell. It's a great flick, but man, you know, you could tell, man, they wanted to strangle his ass, man. Seriously, dude. But I think my favorite David O. Russell movie, and it's one that I don't think many people really ever think about, and certainly don't ever really connect with David O. Russell, but I do, because I love it way back in the day, and that is Spanking the Monkey. I think it's from like 1994, dude, with Jeremy Davies. Do you remember that movie? Oh my god, man. I am so longing for a great collector's edition release of that movie someday, somehow, some way, man, because that is a forgotten flick, dude. Basically, it's about this guy who had these summer internship plans, had to cancel them to take care of his mother. His mother is making moves on him, and they get sexual together, and it gets really awkward. Dude, it's weird. It's so fucked up, but it's very odd, man. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely David O. Russell, man. He is weird, quirky, wild, all over the place, and you could tell with his movies, man. And sometimes, like I said, they work better than others. And like I said, he gets really great talent for his movies. These actors are really willing to work with him, and he's willing to sort of push these actors to really give the performances that he really wants. And I'm glad that he does it. But the stories, man, sometimes he puts so much in them that at a certain point, like, you want him to go simple. But when he goes simple, it kind of turns average and mundane. So there's got to be like a nice little like middle ground, right? There's gotta be, man. I mean, I think that middle ground is something like American Hustle or Silver Linings Playbook, where you can tell it's coming together in a really great way. Got all these hodgepodge of stories, but he makes it work, man. Then again, he can do the Oscar bait stuff because he did The Fighter. So, I mean, best of both worlds, I suppose, maybe, but it very rarely comes together in a satisfying way. There's only been a few instances where it actually has, and Amsterdam is not one of them, man. I'm just being real. I mean, look, the acting is good. You can tell the actors are really trying their hardest with this material, but the story is just not doing them any favors. And you're just going from one random cameo to the next with these weird connections with these characters and their weird quirks. And yet the main story that's supposed to be the murder mystery is put to the side until the very last moment of the movie, where we have to end up like bringing it back to tie it all together. It's just weird, man, and it just doesn't work. I give David O. Russell credit for trying, but dude, man, he needs to pick a lane and stay in it. Like, seriously, he really does, man. I mean, when the teenage boy that's having intimate relationships with his mother is more straightforward than your recent work, man, that's saying something. Boy, it really is, dude. Look, it's a curiosity of a mess, but that's all it really is at the end of the day, man. And I could see why audiences rejected this movie, because they just didn't know what the fuck it was, man. And the trailers didn't do him any favors. And at the end of the day, look, I like David O. Russell. I'm always going to watch anything he does, but maybe a tiny bit simpler is a little bit better. Just saying, I like some crazy wild shit, but I like it to somehow make sense at the end of the day, actually have some sort of narrative that I can somehow follow. Amsterdam, well, if this movie is anything like Amsterdam, yeah, I'm just gonna forget it and just stay far, far away.
Where no man has gone before. Shitty TV shows.
Oh, okay, it has been gone before in the past, but Star Trek does pretty good at it. Oh, indeed they do, with Star Trek Discovery Season 4 for $48. Man, I'll discover something else. Fuck, you bet your ass I will, man. Jesus. Okay, look, man, I'm gonna be real. As I've said before, I love Star Trek, man. I really do, and I'll always be a Trekkie, or Trekker, however you say the damn thing nowadays, man. But what is happening with Star Trek right now? I mean, seriously, there's a lot of shows that they're doing. There's no idea how they're going about with the movie verse. There was supposed to be another movie with the crew, with Chris Pine and all them. It has never gotten off of the ground. There's all kinds of ideas that have been thrown out there. The idea of maybe doing a time travel story with Chris Hemsworth, who played his father in the first film, and other ideas of other villains from the past popping up. There's all kinds of things that have come out, and none of them have really stuck. And even there was a story where they had announced that there was going to be another Star Trek movie, and suddenly, like, Chris Pine is like, well, that's news to me. I mean, they haven't contacted my ass. So I'm like, okay, that's not good when even the cast doesn't know there's a fucking new movie, man. Shit, dude. I mean, to be fair, Star Trek was never the most consistent series of all time, right? There was always a hodgepodge of TV shows going on, the occasional movie here and there. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but you just kept on going on and telling more Star Trek stories. And I think Star Trek is best when it focuses on the values of Roddenberry and what Trek truly has been over the years. And it's kind of gotten away for a while, man. I mean, Discovery doesn't really seem like the Star Trek values type of show, man. But then again, I keep hearing amazing things about Strange New Worlds. I keep hearing fantastic things about that. Everyone's like, oh, Strange New Worlds is amazing, you gotta check it out. And I'm like, okay, maybe I should at some point. but I'm kind of nervous. I'm like, dude, everyone's hyping it up. Dude, if it's not as good as I really think it's going to be, man, I'm fucked, dude. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm going to be disappointed as a motherfucker. So I'm kind of hesitant, but everybody says it's so good. So maybe I got to get into it, man, at some point. But look, it's been a while since I've really dived into Trek, like hardcore, man. You know, that first reboot movie with the new crew I really loved, but then Into Darkness, God, man, that fucking failed on its face so badly. And the third film was okay, but nothing special. And then I hear Discovery is a piece of shit. The animated stuff I hear is good, but it's alright. But Strange New Worlds, man, everybody says Strange New Worlds is where Trek is, man, or should be. But then again, you get yeah. Fuck Picard. Damn, man. Jesus. You know, I think at this point, I'm just going to consider myself an old school Trek fan. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. I have no idea, man. I mean, I love the old school stuff, but the new school I'm just hesitant on. And Trek is never going to be what it was back in the day. It's just not. Different sensibilities, different audience. It's just never going to be the same. And maybe I'm done. Maybe I'm out. Maybe I'm considered a boomer. I don't know, man. But I think times are changing, the fans are changing, and different sensibilities than what you used to have years ago. Sometimes that's not necessarily a bad thing, and other times it strays away from the formula. We'll see where Star Trek goes in the future, but something tells me Discovery is not exactly something that is going to be remembered by the fans. Just saying. Just saying indeed, man. I mean, there is some features, commentary, gag reel, deleted scenes, featurettes, some good stuff, but yeah, is it going to be remembered in the same vein as the original series, Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, Voyager? Voyager. 7 of 9. Even Picard can't sour that shit. Oh, even Picard can't, man. Shit, it is what it is. Maybe Strange New Worlds will get me to be a Trek fan yet again. Maybe. Maybe indeed. We'll see. We'll see on that one. But while one show fails, the other, absolutely succeeded in Better Call Saul Season 6. The final season, the Blu-ray, for $46. And that's a good fee for a little bit of lawyer love. Oh, yeah, it's a little seedy, dangerous lawyer love at that, man. Now, I can finally watch Better Call Saul. Okay, I have not watched a single episode of Better Call Saul. I know y'all are gonna hang me for that shit, okay? And truth be told, I haven't even watched any episodes of Breaking Bad. I know, dude, you guys are gonna ostracize me from the fan community. You guys are gonna be, fuck him, asshole, hasn't even watched the good shit. I'm like, okay, to be fair, I've heard amazing things about Better Call Saul, and I believe it, okay? I really do, because this is a type of show that is right up my alley. The amazing acting, the seedy characters, the dangerous plot, the twists and turns. It's something that I definitely am into. But I didn't really know how to go about it, because I was like, okay, this character is in Breaking Bad, dies in Breaking Bad, I'm hearing, and then there's a series about him called Better Call Saul. Which one do I watch first? Is it intertwined? Should I watch one episode and then watch the other one of Better Call Saul? What do I do exactly? So I'm like, okay, man, let me just wait until all of it is done and over with, and I can successfully then sort of try to navigate it the best I possibly can. So I want to watch this. There is no doubt that I want to watch this in a big bad way, man, because to me, this is an actor's paradise. And I definitely want to dive into this, especially seeing how much love Bob Odenkirk has gotten for this show. Dude, I was a huge fan of Bob Odenkirk before it was popular, man. Mr. Show, motherfucker. I was around, okay? I was watching that shit. Some of you motherfuckers weren't even born yet. Okay, this shit's wild, alright? So I've been a huge fan of him for a long while, and seeing him get this kind of love is really appreciated, man. It truly is. So I've heard great things about it, and I really hope the final season delivered. I really hope the final episode delivered. I hope that it came to a satisfying conclusion and end, because Lord knows I've seen enough shows where it has shit the bed like a motherfucker. And I know that Breaking Bad, as far as the fans go, really did a great job finishing in a satisfying way, so I hope Better Call Saul did as well, man. But now that it's all done, I can finally navigate the series, both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Where do I start? How do I navigate it? Where do I go? Definitely let me know. And is the journey worth it? I think it is, but definitely, give me your own opinions, man. Not bad. Definitely let me know indeed, baby. Better Call Saul. Not too shabby, man. I mean, you got that. You got Discovery. You got Lyle Crocodile. Jesus Christ, this weird ass flick. Talking crocodiles. There's not much more to say. It's quirky, it's fun, it's weird. There's a singing crocodile. Hey, have at it for the kiddies, man. Oh, hey, as long as the crocodile doesn't eat anybody, I think it's safe for the children. Oh, I do indeed, man. Oh, man, kitty love, TV love, movie love. Few things I hadn't even experienced yet. Not bad, man, for good old Barnes & Noble. Pretty solid so far. But let's see what else they got. And what they have? Well, more movies. Indeed they do. Like some more Kevin Smith love. Oh, I bet you can't wait for Clerks II. Blu-ray digital for $23. Actually, that's reasonable for Barnes & Noble. It truly is, dude. Wow, man. Little Kevin Smith love on the cheap. Not bad, baby. Now, I do want to talk about Kevin Smith. I really honestly do, because, look, I am somebody that has been a huge Kevin Smith fan over the years. I followed his career. I've been a big fanboy. And as of recent, it's safe to say that I've lost some faith in Kevin Smith. And I think a lot of people have. Because after the View Askewniverse was, in my opinion, officially done after Clerks II, I was like, where is he going to go with his career? Is he just going to decide, hey, man, I'm going to hang it up. It's been real. It's been fun. I can make money doing other things. I'll just leave it be. Well, that's not the Kevin Smith way. So he makes Zack and Miri Make a Porno, which, was a fun little movie. I enjoyed it. Actually, I thought it was far more entertaining than I was hoping for. Kind of superficial. It's an alright comedy, nothing fantastic, but it was really fun for what it was, man, and I really enjoyed it. And then after that, he's made a lot of very interesting choices, man. I mean, movies like Red State, which, by the way, I actually think Red State is incredibly entertaining, gritty, action-packed. I actually really dig it. It's not everyone's cup of tea, especially when you think of Kevin Smith, right? You're thinking like, wait a minute, Red State, Kevin Smith, like making this, hard-hitting action horror flick? What? But it kind of works, actually. If you go into it giving it a chance, it's actually not half bad. Then again, there's Tusk. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real. I actually really do dig Tusk, but Tusk is fucked up, man. That is disturbing as shit, okay? Wow, man, I saw that in the movie theaters with Bob, and I don't know if we necessarily saw it coming. Like, we were like, okay, maybe it's like a quirky, weird comedy, but we don't really know what to expect until we're like, dude, he literally got drugged and captured, and he's being turned into a walrus. Like, literally This dude is breaking his bones and his body, and he's breaking his psychological will, and he's turning this dude into a literal pet. A walrus. Holy shit. I was like, wow. That was some fucked up shit, man. I was not expecting that from Kevin Smith, dude. And again, I really liked the movie, but man, that kind of messed me up, man. Whoa. You know? But then he goes from that, and then he does something like Yoga Hosers. Oh my God, man. If I had to say, you know, and look, I love Kevin Smith, man, but that is one of the worst movies that I have seen in recent years, dude. Seriously. I mean, everybody is annoying in that film. Everybody. Whether it's Kevin Smith's kid, Johnny Depp's kid, Johnny Depp himself, Haley Joel Osment, man, everybody comes off looking like shit. Damn, dude. How's that even possible, man? You went for the gold, Kevin. Damn, you achieved it. Yeah, it's really bad, man. It is unfunny and annoying as shit. And yet, I own it in my collection, dude. Fuck, man. You know, I got it at the fucking Dollar Tree. I was supposed to get it for a friend. The friend didn't fucking want it, and so... shit, it's just taking up dust. Damn, dude. It's like... he continues to do interesting work from time to time. Like, he did a segment in that horror anthology Holidays, which wasn't half bad. I thought that was kind of unique and interesting. Him at least trying his hand at it. I know that he's done episodes of Supergirl, and he's directed some TV stuff here and there. I mean, it's interesting that he's trying out different things in his career and seeing where he's going with it. He's trying to be more experimental. He's... you know, getting older and having different sensibilities than what he did when he was younger. And that's the thing about it. For me, as a fan, I'm a fan of more of his younger days as a filmmaker than his older days. But I understand as you get older as a filmmaker, you're not the same person that you were all those years ago. You can say the same thing for Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, Oliver Stone. I mean, filmmakers change as they get older. We'd like to think that these directors stay the same, you know, years after, 20, 30 years after they started making movies, but they've learned from their mistakes. They've made so many movies. They want to try their hand at other things. And I think as fans of their work, we want them to stay the same. We like their old stuff. And when they deviate from that, we tend to get pissed. I mean, we really do. And I think people really went into this movie with heavy expectations because it was Clerks. And it is so beloved. And the reason why Kevin Smith even made this movie is because he had the heart attack. It literally almost killed him. And so he's thinking to himself, oh my God, like, this profoundly changed my life. And what if I made a movie where the characters in this get a heart attack and their lives change? And seeing those characters grow and mature within that interesting story. Life imitating art. It happens all the time, and Kevin Smith did it as well. And look, I understand that people got really upset with this movie about where Kevin Smith went with the story and the characters and the fact that, oh my God, everything was so perfect and a happy ending and everyone lives happily ever after. But guess what, man? That's not fucking life. Life is messy. Life is complicated. It's disappointing. Dude, it doesn't always end in the happiest motherfucking endings, and you gotta understand that. And I think some people really want to live in this fantasy world, and I get it, because you're so happy with where it ended that you want to keep the good times rolling, and in some ways they are, but they're in a different way of doing it. And Kevin Smith is always going to be an interesting filmmaker to me. He's not my favorite filmmaker of all time. I don't even know if he's in my top 10 necessarily, but I've loved his work. And yes, I've been disappointed with him later in his career and later in what he's done, but I've appreciated the efforts that he's tried to do. It hasn't been perfect. It's often been messy, but at least he's trying other things, and I give him credit. There's a lot of directors that do the same thing constantly over and over again, and it gets dry and it gets boring after a while, and you just say to yourself, God, man, can you do something different? Wow me somehow. And at least Kevin Smith is doing that, so I give him somewhat of credit. Look, I'm at least happy that Clerks III didn't end up turning out to be, Jay and Silent Bob reboot, because that was fucking embarrassing. At least it didn't turn out to be Yoga Hosers. That's embarrassingly bad, okay? I mean, say what you will about this movie, but it doesn't reach those bad levels. Does it have faults? It does. But the nostalgia factor is there, and seeing these characters mature and grow up like Kevin Smith is, for me, as I get older, an even richer experience. Hey man, it isn't always great, life isn't always going to end the happiest, but it's the tough times that get us through. If Kevin Smith has learned anything, it's that the tough times lead to better days. And I think that the Clerks continue to show us the way in that regard. Oh, indeed I do, man. I mean, you got audio commentaries, you got documentaries, deleted scenes. I mean, you get a lot of really great stuff here. And look, going back to the well for a second time is never easy. Going back to the well for a third time, man, you're damn near daring yourself for failure. But I think he really pulls it off because he understands the emotional stakes. He understands where he really needs to take this story and the emotional heights that he really needs to put these characters into, and the hilarious moments that come out of that. And I think Clerks III really succeeds in that way. Life is tough. Life has its struggles and its issues. But if you can come out of the other end happier and end up coming out with a certain sense of self and appreciation and end up making fun of yourself at the end of the day, then I think you've learned a lesson or two. And Kevin Smith definitely has, and this movie definitely has as well. Clerks will always be close to my heart, and Clerks III, for what it's worth, is a satisfying journey for this fanboy.
You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris?
Royale with cheese. Oh, do they now? Oh, yes, the 4K love for Pulp Fiction for $28. Not bad, baby. Oh, look at that. Great. Dude, like I said, man, this is one of the best films from the 90s and from any decade going forward, dude. I mean, it is a master attempt at filmmaking, and Quentin Tarantino is one of the best around. There has been so many movies that tried to duplicate this type of storytelling but couldn't get nearly as close to it as what Quentin Tarantino did, because, as I said, Quentin Tarantino is a student of film and film history, and he really studies different directors and actors and artists and really tries to make something that feels close to what he really loves and the movies that he really cares about. And Pulp Fiction is proof positive of it. Absolutely amazing, absolutely fantastic, such a wonderful, great release this is. But I mean, yes, you can get the standard 4K Pulp Fiction release. That is good, don't get me wrong. That is really great. However, I mean, you could get that, or you could get a little bit of Steely Love. Oh, look at this, baby. Wow. Holy cow, man. I got to admit, I was not prepared to see this here at Barnes & Noble's, man. This is fucking wild, dude. Wow. I got to admit, when I first saw the artwork for it online months ago, I was like, I don't know, it looks okay. But now seeing it in person, it looks pretty cool, actually. I kind of dig it, man. I don't outright love it. I wish more of these steelbooks would have the original artwork on it. That's the kind of stuff that I love, man. I mean, some new artwork is cool, but sometimes the classics never go out of style, and this is one of those where I just would love to see the classic artwork on the Steely. But this is still great, man. The iconic dance scene, the music, the restaurant. I mean, I love that shit, dude. It's so good, man. Pulp Fiction is great, man. And again, I'm a fan of early Tarantino. Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, the two Kill Bill movies, Jackie Brown. They're just great moments in cinema history from a really master filmmaker who is still really on his A game. Maybe not as good as he used to be, in my honest opinion, but dude, even a lesser Tarantino flick is still better than 90% of the shit that's coming out, dude. So you gotta give him that, man. And Pulp Fiction definitely is top tier Tarantino. There's no doubt about it. So whether you get the regular 4K love or the Steely love, Pulp Fiction definitely is worthy of adding to the collection. No doubt about it, man. I mean, you get a ton of featurettes. I mean, you get a ton of, like, deleted scenes and interviews. I mean, you get a ton of stuff, man. I mean, Tarantino is a wealth of knowledge about film history, a wealth of knowledge about how to make his movies and what went into them. And I'm sure the features dive into it all, man. Pulp Fiction is one for any movie lover out there, any Tarantino lover, whether it's 4K, Blu-ray, DVD, any good Tarantino flick is worthy to have in the collection. And Steely Love, that's absolutely worth it, baby. The one thing you never do, ladies and gentlemen, you never mess with Carrie. Oh, yes, look at this. The 4K Blu-ray Carrie Love from Scream Factory. This is beautiful. Oh, indeed it is. Oh my God, this looks fucking phenomenal, man. Like, the pictures online does not do it justice. This looks fucking amazing. I love that artwork. Like, I said just a bit ago about the whole idea with artwork, and I like the original artwork, and I think it works great for a steelbook, but sometimes there's some great artwork that ends up really just encapsulating the movie and looking fucking kick-ass, and this is one of them. Look at that, with the fire around her and the skull. Oh, that's cool. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Dude, I believe this movie came out in 1976, and it is still influential and still one of the best horror movies of all time, man. That says the everlasting legacy of Carrie. I love this movie, man. Of course, adapted off of a Stephen King book, of course it is, but it's so much more than that. I mean, the direction by Brian De Palma is amazing. Sissy Spacek as this really closeted, quiet girl that has all kinds of trauma, and the idea that there's something that is buried deep inside her that's just bubbling up to the surface, and when it does, terror will ensue. Oh man, it does. She is so good in this role. She is amazing. John Travolta's great here. William Catt, Amy Irving, PJ Souls. Everybody is absolutely phenomenal in this movie. I love this movie, especially the end. Oh man, with the blood goes on her and she goes fucking nuts. Dude, it's one of the best scenes of all time. It's so great. It is easily one of those horror movies that even though times have changed massively, it still holds up, because the idea of being picked on and being the quiet one and how people underestimate you and you finally lash out, that is timeless. Dude, everybody deals with it. I dealt with it. Kids are still dealing with that to this day. And it's movies like Carrie that just make us feel like, dude, if we were only Carrie. Like, seriously, man. Oh, it's so fucking awesome. And they've tried over the years remaking it a ton of time. There's been TV adaptations. There was that one with Chloe Grace Moretz, which was okay. It wasn't terrible, but it never reached the same heights as the original here. There's no way. They even did a sequel. They did Carrie 2, which I don't hate The Rage Carrie 2. I don't hate that movie. It's not terrible. It's not great necessarily, but I think it's a pretty decent movie, all things considered. It's not bad. It's been a while since I revisited it, but it's pretty solid. At least I thought it was, man. But this is a really phenomenal movie. It is one of the best horror movies of all time. There is no doubt about that in my mind. If you are a horror enthusiast, if you are a movie lover, this has to be experienced. And 4K Scream Factory Steely Love, oh, that's quite enticing indeed, man. Seeing Carrie do her deed against all of the people that did her no good in 4K, love. Oh, that must be a sight to see. Oh, you bet your ass it is. And look at all the special features, man. Damn. Commentary, TV spots, interviews. Man, this is packed as a motherfucker, man. You get 3 discs. This is quite the release from Scream Factory. Look, I love Carrie. And this is definitely deserving of the Carrie love. That is no doubt about it. Let's put it this way. Carrie's a unique girl. And if you mess with her or do wrong by her, let's just put it this way. You're not leaving the gymnasium anytime soon. You know, I'm wondering if I could get my arms as big as Reacher. I mean, I'm doing a daily regimen of coffee ice cream and Reese's peanut butter cups. I think it's starting to work. Reacher Season 1 DVD for $28. Not bad for a season of good old action Jack Reacher love, man. You know, I gotta be honest here and say that I think it's important to listen to the fans, right? Because when you look at this guy Reacher, and then when I went into the books, because I did want to see what they described Reacher as, this is exactly what they described him as. And I think the fans have a right to voice their opinions, right? I mean, how far do you go to please the fans versus a little bit of creative license? And there's always a push and pull with that, right? But at the end of the day, if the fans are dedicated, and if you please the fans, then you've already won a certain crowd of people who will want to watch it just for that alone. The fact that you've pleased them with a certain amount of casting and a certain amount of storytelling that they love from the books. And that's a big thing about it, right? I mean, if you look at something like when Sonic came out, I always go back to this, man, but that fucking trailer and Sonic looked like absolute dog shit. The fans let the studio and the filmmakers hear it. And I mean in a big motherfucking way. And so, you know, suddenly they were like, oh my God, man, we really fucked up. And so they were like, look, we're taking our time. We're going to push the release date. We're going to work on the design of Sonic. And they got it right. And the fans ended up really praising them. And not only did they please the fans, but they pleased casual moviegoers as well. And I think the same thing with Reacher. Look, I like that first Jack Reacher movie, but everybody said, look, Tom Cruise is a fine actor. We like Cruise, but he's not Jack Reacher. And we want somebody who feels like Jack Reacher with great storytelling capabilities. And so the filmmakers were like, well, fuck that, we're making another Tom Cruise movie. And then that failed because the fans weren't really happy and they didn't feel like they were getting their 2 cents in and their money's worth. And they stayed home, which meant it failed, which meant that the studio was like, okay, shit, you don't want any more of these. But it's not the fact that they don't want any more of them. They just want the best version possible because they love this character. They love the iterations of the books and they want to see it adapted in the best way possible. And that's all that fans really want at the end of the day. And I don't care whether it's video game stuff like Uncharted or biopic stuff like Elvis. I mean, it doesn't matter. They want them to be faithful to the adaptation, faithful to the material, because, you know, fans really invest their time, their effort, their money into this. And they feel like, look, at the end of the day, we can't be ignored because we're the ones that continue to prop up this character and make it popular. So why not listen to us? And I'm not saying you have to listen to them 110%, but there is a certain amount of listening to them that you really have to do. And I think by the fans complaining the way they did, I think it made for a better product. And Reacher really is a great product. I think that this guy really knows how to play the character well. I think the story is really intriguing. I think the filmmakers really knew what they were doing, making it a TV show, and it works. And I think that going forward, I think you do need to listen to the fans. How much is really up for debate at the end of the day. You do need a certain amount of creative license to tell the story you want to tell, but there is a roadmap. There is these books. And as long as you have the right actor and you have the right sensibilities, I think fans are willing to go with it. And I think Reacher is one of those great examples of really listening to the fans, listening to their input, and doing something that they really loved, and I think a lot of people followed. And it also comes down to word of mouth. If a show or a movie is good, people are going to talk about it, man. I don't care whether it's on Netflix or Amazon Prime or Apple TV, Peacock, Paramount Plus, or on cable, whatever. I don't care. If it's good, people are going to recommend it, and people are going to really dig it. And if it's not good, then they're just going to fucking forget it. That's it, man. And Reacher reached the heights that it did because of the fans, and I think listening to them was the best bet. Is it always the best bet? No, but in this case, it absolutely is, and damn glad for it, man. Look, I'm looking forward to season 2, man. Bring it on, because if it's half as good as what season 1 is, I'm on board in a big bad motherfucking way, man. Look, I'll always love that first Tom Cruise movie, but this Reacher, man, I don't care how many times Tom Cruise goes to the gym. I don't care how many 12-packs he has. This guy, yeah, this guy is swole in levels that Tom Cruise will never ever be. And God bless this guy for that, man. Reacher is one badass motherfucker, and I can't wait to see more of the journey that he goes on. And speaking of more film love, why not dive into Criterion love? I mean, it is a must after all, especially when we're talking about Cooley High. Yeah, look at this, the newest and latest and greatest Criterion release, baby. Cooley High from 1975. Now, mind you, I actually have never seen Cooley High, and it kind of intrigues me because I was looking into this movie, man, and it's actually the inspiration for the TV show What's Happening. Seriously, I guess this movie was successful enough where they were trying to do a TV pilot, and it failed as a TV pilot, but they retooled it as What's Happening. And I'm like, seriously, that's kind of intriguing to me. And a lot of people actually consider it the Black American Graffiti because it has a lot of similarities to that movie about high schoolers and their lives and what they did after that. And it's kind of interesting and unique in that way. And there's a lot of great actors in this piece, and it's one of those movies where it's about the American dream and these high schoolers and their lives and the influences and things that were going on with them, the good, the bad, and the crazy. I'm actually very interested in this movie, man. I really am. I mean, it's not on sale. I mean, there's no 50% off or anything right now, but when the 50% off sale happens, I might actually watch this because, I mean, 50% off, it looks like a very intriguing movie. Takes place in 1964. 70s cinema. Tender, authentic portrait of black teens striving towards a brighter future. Huh. Motown classics, dynamic ensemble, It definitely kind of intrigues me, man. You know, I'm always looking for really unique experiences in film, something that sort of transforms a certain genre. And there's all these types of movies like American Graffiti out there about the high school experience, coming of age. I always love those type of movies, whether it's Breakfast Club or American Graffiti or, you know, so many other really great flicks from back in the day, even modern day stuff as well. And so Cooley High has kind of passed me by, but I'm intrigued like a motherfucker. I'm interested to definitely check this out, man. If you guys know anything about it, definitely let me know. But when the 50% off Criterion Collection sale happens next time, this might have to be a get. I'm just saying, it looks pretty damn cool, man. Never heard of it, but Coolie High could definitely be my jam. Not bad at all, man. Criterion Collection love, TV goodness. Oh, come on. We have got to appreciate the Steely love as well. Plus all of the new release goodness, too. Oh, man. Barnes & Noble's be hitting it out of the park yet again, baby, and damn glad for it. Oh, I love good old B&N when they're doing their due diligence, and this week they definitely did. Not half bad, baby, not half bad at all. Glorious B&N physical media love, definitely well deserved. Not bad. Let's head out. And if there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, physical media.
Come on, it'd be a much catchier tune. Indeed it would, baby, but Barnes & Noble's proves that tis the season of the year to have physical media love in the store. Oh, indeed it is, baby, and not half bad with the love. All of the new release gold, surprises, steely goodness. Ooh, makes me a very happy boy indeed. Oh, it absolutely does. See, man, if only every store would carry physical media bonanza goodness like Barnes & Noble's. Man, we'd live in a much more perfect union, wouldn't we? It'd be a much more happier place in life. It might be the happiest place in the world if we had all these stores barreling out the physical media like this week did. Oh, you bet your ass. Not bad at all, baby. I wish it was always like this, but I know better. I know better indeed, but hey, a week of it is definitely worthy of all the appreciation, and I know you believe that as well. Definitely damn right, baby. Oh, I so dig it. I do indeed, man, but enough of all the physical media bonanza goodness. How about we head home and finish the video?
All right, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD out and about video this week, and you know, pretty damn good, baby. Oh, indeed it was, man. I mean, a little bit here, a little bit there. Some places had a little bit more than others, but hey, we were definitely rocking the media in a big bad way, baby. We truly were, and man, something for everybody. So many genres. Oh, so much to talk about. One of the best towards the end of the year, and proves yet again that physical media, everybody says it's dead, but weeks like this prove it's very much alive. Oh, absolutely, baby. Hopefully you picked up something good, because man, there was a lot of stuff out there in the ether to be checking out. That is for damn sure, man. Hopefully you did. If so, well, let me know, man. As far as I'm concerned, well, yeah, I got some goodies. This is the second to last video for 2022. Man, I gotta get in the pickups, baby. I got to do it. And so, oh yeah, this week I definitely did, man. I bought in-store stuff, I got online stuff, I got a lot of stuff to show off. And let's dive in with the first, and definitely a new release that I picked up in the stores. I had to do it, man, because it's just too good. It was one of the best horror films of the year. There's no doubt about that. And that is none other than Smile. Oh, yes, baby. Smile indeed, man. Smiles never look so horrific. Oh, that's for damn sure, baby. Look, I really love the hell out of this movie, man. You know, I hear the complaints, and every so often I'm like, okay, it's a slow burn, yes, and you know, did it always 100% successfully pull off the horror? No, not really. But then again, not every horror movie is perfect nowadays. There's so many horror movies out there. you're going to ape off of somebody. You're not going to be as good as this one or that one. But I think this one successfully, for the most part, really did its job pretty damn well, man. I was creeped out. I was intrigued. I loved the premise and the idea, and I thought they really went for it, man. And it's not one of those movies where it ends in a happy ending. It's not one of those, and that's something I really appreciated. As somebody who's gotten older, you know, I got to admit, man, yeah, I love the happy endings, but I also am a little bit jaded as well. So I love the idea of not everything goes the way you expect. And Smile is definitely one of those. And it's interesting because I picked this up at Walmart. And when I was at the checkout, the chick saw that I had this. And she was like, oh, that movie, I don't know if I liked it or not. I don't know about it. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, it was kind of demented. And I was like, well, isn't that the point? And she's like, well, yeah, but I don't know. It just really got to me. And I'm like, that's what makes a good horror movie, a really good, effective one, man, is that it gets under your skin. It gets to you. And this one definitely did, man. It was fantastic. I dug the hell out of this. I thought it was as good of a slow burn horror experience for the new age that you can possibly get, man. And dude, I would love to do a double feature of It Follows and Smile. And those two alone just, man, just get under your skin. They're just great slow burn horror. And man, this is definitely going to be one of the better ones in recent years. That is for damn sure, man. Smile, so damn good. Glad to finally have it in the collection. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Not half bad. Then I decided to order a little bit of love because, as you guys know now, my Best Buy is not carrying physical media anymore. And, well, I could drive an hour out of my way and then drive an hour back for possibly maybe having it there, but maybe not. But I figured, well, if I can order it, why not have it? And it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of Kevin Smith love in the collection. A little bit more ain't half bad. It don't hurt. I'm going to pick up Clerks 3. Oh, the steely love of Clerks 3. Look at that, baby. Wow. Man, look at that. That is pretty sweet, dude. And then when you pull this out, look at that. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. Look at this. Very nice. And then, boom. Oh, so awesome, man. I dig the hell out of that. So cool. And of course, here, not half bad, baby. Now, I was surprised because I did not think this was going to get a 4K treatment, let alone an actual, like, only at Best Buy Steelbook. Like, that alone was kind of crazy to me. But I was like, dude, I'm picking this up, man, because, first of all, how many times are you ever going to really see Kevin Smith's steely Clerks love? And on top of that, I actually liked the damn movie. Okay? And that's important because, you know, if you say to me, Seth, I'm happy with the Clerks 2 ending, I don't need Clerks 3, you're not wrong. And I'm not going to ever say that you are wrong for ending it at Clerks 2 because it ends in a happy ending, and there's something to be said about, you know, the characters going off and living their better lives, and you can appreciate that with everything that they went through. And hey, it's a great end to the Devious universe. I don't fault you whatsoever. For me, this movie was a gamble. I walked into that movie theater with Bob, and I was just like, hands clenched into a fist, just balled up just like this, just like thinking to myself, dude, you gotta prove something to me, motherfucker. You gotta prove to me that you still got it, because, you know, I'm not saying Kevin Smith has lost it as a filmmaker, but I'm saying that he's not what he used to be. And that's a fair enough statement. And I walked out of Clerks 3 saying, yes, it wasn't perfect. Yes, it was messy at times. It didn't completely 100% honestly work, but the heart is still there. You can tell that he really still has a lot to say as a filmmaker, especially in this Devious universe world with these characters, and that it really came from the heart, man. You can really tell that it did. It's pure nostalgia, but I think done in a really great way. And it really talks about getting older and what it means to leave a legacy behind. and about friendship and having memories that last a lifetime. And there's so many really great things in this movie to cherish, and I really do love it, and I love the characters, and I love coming back to that world. And to me, it's just a really great experience that I really loved and I really cherished, man. It's not going to be for everybody. A lot of people were soured by this film, and I can see why. I just wasn't one of them, man. I really liked what this movie had to say. I liked what Kevin Smith did with this film. And at the end of the day, I can at least hold my head up high and say, I can't say Kevin Smith is the same filmmaker that he was all those years ago, that I really truly loved the man. But it's movies like Clerks III that still, from times, I see the old Kevin Smith, and this movie kind of proves it, man. I really love this. Really great features, kick-ass steelbook love with the slip. It's awesome, and definitely worthy for officially saying the Clerks trilogy. And that's wild, baby. Oh, man. Nobody was ever saying that shit in about 94 and 95, that this was ever going to be a trilogy. But now, 2022, we can officially say it. And I'm really happy for it, man. As I get older, I appreciate these films even more, and Clerks III will be definitely an appreciation for me over the years. That is for damn sure, man. Clerks III love, not half bad. Not half bad indeed, man. And then, well, we go from pre-order Best Buy love to ordering through Amazon, man, because when I heard that this was getting a release, I knew I had to pick it up because, well, I happen to be a Troma lover, and from time to time, I like adding Troma to the collection with The First to Turn On. Oh, yes, man. Old school Troma love, man, from the early 80s. Holy shit, dude. This one, man, is wild. And crazy enough, it's Vincent D'Onofrio's first film ever. Yeah, Men in Black, The Kingpin, and, Daredevil and shit. Yeah, this is his first film, baby. Oh, yeah, you didn't think he ever worked with Troma, but you'd be wrong. Oh, you'd be wrong indeed, man. It's one of those wild summer camp sex romp movies, which is just absolutely ridiculous in the best Troma fashion possible, man. It is crazy and wild, and I love every second of it, dude. I watched this movie way back in the day and never thought it would get the Blu-ray release love, but oh, here we are, man. Not too shabby, dude. And, here's the thing about Troma, and I'm going to be honest here, because not everybody is going to be in love with Troma. Not everybody is going to like everything that they do. And I understand that. One time I went to the indie movie theater in my area with a good friend of mine, and we went to go see one of the newer Troma movies that was coming out. And what ended up happening was, this other guy that we knew was going to the screening, and after the movie, we really liked it. And we asked him, hey, what'd you think? And he was like, dude, I really did not like this movie, man. I hated it. And I'm like, well, do you like a lot of Troma stuff? And he's like, no, I really don't. And we're like, why are you there, man? Like, dude, why? I mean, if you knew what Troma was, if you knew what the brand is, man, you knew what you were walking yourself into. And to be fair, some people don't. Some people go in not knowing exactly what Troma is all about, and then watching one of their movies and being like, dude, this is totally not me. But I've always had a real thing for them since the Toxic Avenger and, Sergeant Kabuki Man and all that other stuff. I've really loved them. And some of these ones that they've done, some are hit, some are miss, but this one is one of the better ones. And I really do like it, man. Not half bad. If you like crazy summer camp sex romps, give it a go. It ain't half bad, man. Not half bad indeed. But then, we go from crazy sex romps to blind karate sword kick-assery. Yes, we do, man, because I ended up getting this through Diabolic DVD. And it's been one that I've been wanting for a while. I knew that Kino Lorber released it, and finally I'm able to get it for a damn good price, and that is none other than Blind Fury. Look at that, baby. He may be blind, but he don't need no dog. Oh, damn right, baby. God, Rutger Hauer, man. Rest in peace, Rutger Hauer. So fucking awesome. And it's movies like Blind Fury that really are fucking amazing, man, and make him one of the best actors I've always loved, dude, and always dig. Oh, I love this movie, dude. I watched this back in, like, the VHS era, and I was always a fan of it. I like the comedy, I like the action, I like the idea of this blind guy, who everybody, sort of takes advantage of or doesn't really think much about, and, he's an easy target. And dude, oh, he's so much more than that, man. Oh, it's so great. I know that Mill Creek ended up releasing, I think, a version of Blind Fury on physical for like the longest time, which had no special features, and I was like, it's Mill Creek, man. They just fucking slapped it on the disc and put it out there. And I was like, dude, it deserves so much more love than that. And I'm so glad that Kino Lorber got it. I'm so glad that they gave it the Slippy love. On top of that, you at least get an audio commentary, which I'm definitely thankful for as well. I mean, there's not much, but at least it's something. And this movie is really fun. It's incredibly entertaining. It's badass. Rutger Hauer's great in it. And man, 1990, all those years ago, man, it's so good. And to finally have in the collection, it's definitely one I've been wanting for a long time. Damn glad to finally have it, man. Blind Fury ain't half bad, baby. Ain't half bad at all. Oh, but then this one. I mean, Blind Fury was definitely a major get for me. I've been wanting that for a long time. But this one, holy shit, this one, guys, I have wanted for a long time. And Lord knows I had passed on so many editions of it. But I'm glad patience finally paid off, because, man, one of my favorite movies of all time, getting the 4K love, I'm damn glad to finally add to the collection when we got my man Val Kilmer in Real Genius. Oh, yes. Yes. Real Genius, baby. Oh, my God. Look at this. Look at this Slippy love. Come on, man. That is so fucking cool. And on the inside, look at that. Chris Knight hanging out with Albert Einstein, baby. Yeah, get no better than that, man. Me, Chris Knight, the Einstein of the 80s. Oh, I love that, dude. God damn, this is so great, man. Okay, so I tell you that it is one of my favorite movies of all time, and it is absolutely true. This is top 10 for me, no doubt, man. If I was on a deserted island, if somehow they had a player that I could play movies on, somehow had electricity and a TV somehow, but I was still stuck on the fucking island, this would be one of the 10 movies that I take with me. It is instantly entertaining. I could watch this movie on an endless loop and continuously be entertained by it. There is no doubt about that. I love this movie so much. This movie I watched during the VHS era. My mother and father literally taped the movie illegally. Shh, tell no one, man. And I watched it just endlessly on the VHS tape. I just loved it so goddamn much, dude. And this is what I always thought college was going to be like, man. I always thought it was going to be like this. And then, dude, I was so massively fucking disappointed. But hey, at least I had the imagination for a long time, man. God, I love this movie. I love Val Kilmer in here so much. He's got such charisma and such charm. And he's just so likable and, man, just easygoing. And you just want to hang out with the dude. I just love him so much in this role. Everybody does a fantastic job. I love the space science-y aspect to it. I love the comedy, the quirkiness of it. I just think it's so well done, and it's endlessly entertaining. And when they had announced the 4K, I was in fucking heaven. And you have no idea the journey that I've had to go on trying to get this fucking thing, because I ordered through Amazon countless times. The first time I got it, the slipcover was fucking messed up like a motherfucker. Then I tried to order it 2 other times. It came with no slipcover. And then for the longest time, I just gave up.
And then I ordered it through Diabolic DVD, and then it came with the slipcover in damn near perfect condition. A little messed up here and there, but not too bad. But let me tell you something, man. Miles better than what I was getting. And I'm just glad to finally own this in the collection because, you know, there was a DVD release. I never picked that up. There was a burn-on-demand Blu-ray disc that came out not too long ago. I was so close to getting that, man. So close. And I just kept on, like, not getting it. Justifying, man, maybe I can hold out. Maybe there will be an official release at some point. And, man, I don't know, dude. The fucking movie gods were on my side because, boy, real genius on an official 4K edition. That's wild, dude. This is one of my biggest bucket list titles to have in the collection, and now it's finally here, and I can't fucking believe it, dude. Holy shit. I can't, man. I mean, I could just drop the mic and end physical media collecting here, but I'm not doing that. But, oh, man. This is definitely a cherry on top. That is for damn sure, man. Oh, I love this. I even showed it to my girlfriend recently, and she even loved it. Oh, I knew I loved that woman. I know I did. Oh, I'm so happy, man. This movie is so deserving of so much more, but I'm so glad that it got a little bit of 4K love. Definitely deserving. That's for damn sure, dude. Oh, real genius. So amazing. Oh, so awesome, dude. So glad to finally have that love. But, hey, there is more. That ain't it, man. Because I pre-ordered more love through Best Buy. Because this one, when I heard that it was getting not only a 4K treatment, but like a steely 4K treatment, I was like, oh, man. Oh, I got to get this shit. Oh, I do, man. That is for damn sure because you can bet your ass there can only be one with Highlander. Yes! Oh, look at this, baby. This is sweet. Look at that. Oh, that is so fucking awesome. And when you take off the Slippy Love, oh, look at that. So fucking cool, dude. So fucking awesome. Badass. Look at that. Oh, cool. This is great. How it even comes. So it has this, right? But it even comes with like art cards. Look at that, man. Like it comes with like art cards and shit. Dude, like that's so awesome, man. It comes with some great art cards and shit. That's fantastic, bro. Wow. Like, dude, they put in the effort on this. And it's fucking great. It's cool, dude. I love this, man. This is absolutely fan-friggin-tastic, man. To finally have this in the collection. I've always loved the first Highlander movie. It's always been a favorite of mine as far as a fantasy action film goes. It's absolutely fucking kick-ass. It's killer. I've always loved it, dude. And there was another Steelbook edition that came from Zavi. And I was this close to getting that edition. This fucking close, man. And I did love that art, but, man, when I eventually saw what Best Buy was going to put out, I was like, oh, shit, man. I got to get this. And so I got this instead. It doesn't matter whether you get the regular 4K that I showed off over at Target or whether you get the Zavi one or whether you get this one. It doesn't matter, dude. The fact that it should be in people's collection. If you love fantasy, if you love action, the first Highlander, man, is the peak of it. It's so good, man. Sean Connery, Christopher Lambert, killer. They're great in it. Kill it, man. I mean, the other Highlander movies, as I said earlier, aren't that great, man. I mean, they're okay. They got ups and downs, but the first one will never be beat. I've heard rumors of reboots, remakes. I've heard it all, man. And if they ever do it, fine, great, but nothing will ever beat this. Nothing will, man. It's just that damn good, dude. Highlander. Oh, I'm so glad to finally have it in the collection, man. I've never had it in the collection before, but little 4K Steel Love, it's a good way to enter into the collection, don't you think? Oh, good way indeed. And not bad. But that is not it, because there's one more. Holy shit, I got a huge stack already. You're telling me there's one more to add to it? Yeah, there is, man. And this one,
This has been one that I have been wanting for a long while now, and it has been a journey to get this as well. But finally having it, oh, makes it even sweeter, baby. And that is none other than a little Schwarzenegger love to add to the collection, 4K Schwarzenegger goodness, with that sci-fi classic, The Running Man. Oh, yes, look at this, the 4K love, and lest we forget, the 4K Slippy love. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that, baby. Oh, that is so awesome. Oh, that is so cool. I love this. That is great. So awesome. Love it. Love it so goddamn much, dude. It came in really great condition. Love to finally get it from Target, of all places. Yes, I ordered this on Target's website. No joke. So, I ordered this on Best Buy. I ordered it through their website. And what ended up happening, oh, by the way, is it came, and I was so super excited. I'm like, The Running Man. And I had the DVD for years. I got rid of the DVD in anticipation of having this. I was like, oh man, I can't wait. And I open up the package, and lo and behold, it's fucking damaged. Like, it's already damaged. Before I even take off the plastic, it was damaged, dude. It was damaged all over the slipcover, big, huge dents, and dinged in badly. And don't even get me started on the steelbook itself, dude. It was bad, man. I have never had a product like that from Best Buy in a long-ass time. And I was just super disappointed. And I went to try to order another one, and they were sold out. Swear to God, they were fucking sold out. So here I am, for the longest time, like a motherfucker, just depressed as shit. I have a beat-up edition of the Running Man now. And I can't get another edition. I bring this edition back to Best Buy for a refund. Okay, I got that. That's fine. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, I just don't have this now. And I'll never get it. And like a couple weeks ago, I decided to go back on Best Buy. I was looking at some pre-orders, and I thought maybe they'll have more of the Running Man. They could. Nope. Didn't have any more of the Running Man. And I'm like, God, where am I going to get this? And I thought, whoa, can I get it through Zavi? Can I get it through them? Because I know they released it. Nope. They're all sold out. And so I'm like, oh, Jesus, man. Where is there more editions of this movie? And I'm looking everywhere. Nobody has it. But Target does. And I'm like, out of all the fucking places in the world, Target has editions of the Running Man Steelbook. And I've never ordered from Target online. I've never done it, dude. And so I was fearful. I'm like, you know what? At least with Best Buy, maybe there's a good guarantee it'll probably come in decent condition. Amazon has its issues from time to time. Of course, Zavi's mostly reliable, but I'm like, I have no idea about Target, dude. No idea. And so I was so fucking fearful, man. I was kept getting like text notices. I was like, your package is shipping. I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna come so badly fucking damaged. I was like, oh, this is terrible. It's arriving. And I was at work, and I'm like, fucking hell, dude, what am I walking myself into? And, you know, when I get the package from Target, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh my God, this thing looks like it's gonna be beat up on the inside. It looks so fucking bad and so gnarly. And so when I finally open it up and I look at it, I'm like, wait a minute, dude, like, this thing's in good condition. Like, it's not bad. What the fuck? This is wild. This is wild, man. Like, the one place that I never thought to order from, fucking Target of all places, to get a 4K limited edition steelbook of the Running Man, it would come in great condition from them, of all fucking places, man. That is fucking ridiculous. And the fact that they still had some in stock, that was nuts. And so I just took the biggest gamble of all time, you know, even looking on Target to see if they had it, who'd have thought they would even have some, and on top of that, it coming in really great, perfect condition. Man, that's fucking nuts, dude. And again, the physical media gods, man, they are looking out for me like a motherfucker, man. Man, they truly are, because I don't know where I would have turned. Maybe eBay, and that would have turned really ugly really fast, man, because those motherfuckers, man, they will charge up the ass. And I definitely didn't want to do that, but oh man, I got me some Running Man, and damn happy for it. Dude, I love this movie. I love this movie. One of Schwarzenegger's best as far as I'm concerned. I love the futuristic setting. I love the idea of this guy who was falsely committed this crime and, you know, trying to maybe buy his freedom through this game show about these killers that are hunting these criminals, and he's not supposed to win. It's not supposed to be that way. It's rigged so he doesn't. But it's Schwarzenegger, baby. Come on. It's so good. I love him in here. I love Jesse the Body Ventura in here as well. He's awesome. I think he's fucking amazing here. Richard Dawson, the game host, he's fucking fantastic in this movie as well. Like, everybody's great in this. I love the action sequences. I love the personalities. It's so great, man. And to finally have it in Steely Love 4K upgrade Steely goodness from the DVD, that's an upgrade definitely worth having, man, especially from Target of all places. Oh, man, that's wild, dude. But finally have it. Not half bad, baby. Not half bad for the physical media love. Oh, and I'm definitely providing a lot of good pickups before 2022 ends. And I think this week definitely proved it. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk about this. Now, I'm not gonna be reading an article or quoting anything necessarily, but I gotta talk about this because this is all out there. All of the fan community, you know, pop culture, geek culture, nerd, you name it, we're all talking about it, and I figured I want to give my 2 cents on that. And this is the whole James Gunn DCEU universe, all the crazy stuff that's happening. And, you know, when I talked about Peacemaker, and when I said my 2 cents about James Gunn, I really did mean it. But that was before all the shit was going down, man. Wow. Okay, so James Gunn and Peter Safran ended up getting hired by Warner Brothers to head up the DCEU, right? You know, we need a Kevin Feige for the DCU. These two are going to be it, right? Okay, great. And, you know, when Black Adam comes out, there was the whole thing of, oh, Henry Cavill, baby, he's back. Superman's back. Like, everyone's like, okay, he's back. Obviously, they're going to be doing a Aquaman sequel. Wonder Woman 3 is in the works. Yes, there's some problems clearly with Flash, but that can kind of be fixed and everything. It looks like we're getting this back up and rolling, baby. And then suddenly it has turned upside down, man. It's flipped itself in a big bad way. Number one, they've fired Henry Cavill. He is no longer coming back as Superman. Patty Jenkins is gone from Wonder Woman 3 and pretty much is a guarantee that Wonder Woman 3 at this point is most likely not going to be a thing. Most likely Gal Gadot is going to be gone. There's talk of basically Jason Momoa being out as Aquaman, that they want to move him into a different role, perhaps Lobo, which he would be really good for, but kind of sucks for the whole Aquaman thing. Pretty much, even though Shazam is coming out soon in 2023, there's questions of, like, is this going to last? Obviously, the whole thing with Flash is not going to last. They pretty much are wiping the slate clean with everything, everybody. Ben Affleck is not going to be coming back, obviously. And, you know, there's rumors about, you know, the whole thing with Robert Pattinson's Batman and what's going on with this property and that property. And there's just so much uncertainty in the market around Warner Brothers, especially DC. And the fan community has fucking raged.
Okay, man, they have raged like a motherfucker, dude. And I can't quite say I blame them. And yet at the same time, what could you have really done here? Because this is such a tough position to be in, right? Do you keep the Snyderverse or do you lose the Snyderverse? Because I loved Zack Snyder's 4-hour cut of Justice League. Yes, is it long? No fucking shit it is. Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that, man. But I still love what they did with the characters, and I loved what they did with Cyborg, and I thought they did a brilliant job with the storyline and bring it all together, and you know, Darkseid, you name it. I thought it was fantastic. But there's been a lot of controversy with the Snyderverse, whether it's with Zack Snyder himself, whether it's with the fan base, whether it's with certain actors coming out and pissing on Warner Brothers executives or other directors. I mean, it's been just crazy. And from time to time, we'd always hear, well, Henry Cavill is coming back at some point, and then that wouldn't happen. And, oh, well, they're making a Flash movie, and then that doesn't happen. Or, well, this director leaves, and that director leaves, and that director goes, and, well, this movie is getting pushed back from this year to that year, and everything is just a hodgepodge at this point. And, you know, I look at James Gunn and Peter Safran coming into this situation, and they either had two choices: keep the Snyderverse for what it is, you know, the good and the terribly bad, or just fucking burn it all down and start over again. And, you know, damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because, look, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm not a fan of that first Aquaman movie. I'm hoping the next one's gonna be good. I like Jason Momoa. In fact, I love Jason Momoa. But to me, he doesn't really fit as Aquaman in my head. I didn't really like Flash. I thought Cyborg was okay. I thought Gal Gadot did a great job as Wonder Woman. But, you know, Wonder Woman 84 sucks ass. Let's be real, man. You know, Ben Affleck, I enjoyed him in the role, but he never really got a true chance to shine or get his own movie. There were so many difficulties for him. And I think he was just so under the gun and overpressured, and that was just a mess from the get-go. The only person that really was just patiently waiting in the wings, somebody that was doing whatever the studio wanted them to do, you know, patiently wait or put out press releases, be a team player, was Henry Cavill. And I got to admit, man, because I hate Man of Steel. Alright, man, I don't like that movie, dude. I don't like Batman vs. Superman. Joss Whedon's Justice League can go to hell. I don't like those movies, but yet I like Henry Cavill as Superman. And I thought slowly but surely he was getting better in the role, man. He was really finding his footing. He was really becoming slowly the Superman that I know and I love. And I was really excited for the future of that character and what he was going to do with it. And then for the longest time, you just didn't hear anything about him and doing anything with the role. And, you know, time goes by and you don't hear anything and you just assume it's over with. And then you get the cameo in Black Adam and you think, okay, like, they're bringing this back. Thank God. And out of everything in Black Adam, that little cameo got the biggest applause of all. And so, okay, we're doing this, man. And then, no, we're not doing this. And he's not coming back. And, you know, to announce that he's coming back, to then completely rolling that back, and now completely tearing it all down, this whole period of the DCEU, from Man of Steel all the way to Zack Snyder's Justice League, has been a complete hot mess. And there's been moments where it's been really good. There's moments where you really felt like they were hitting on all cylinders. And there was other moments where you felt that, dude, I don't know if they could get any worse. And it was such a struggle as a superhero fan to see them just completely whiffing this in every aspect. And I don't blame Zack Snyder, because he was just trying to do his best with the stories that he wanted to tell. And unfortunately, Warner Brothers screwed him over, screwed a lot of people over at the end of the day. And, you know, you bring in James Gunn to right the ship, and I still have confidence that he's going to do that, but he's got to tread very lightly here, because, you know, you are really, you know, James Gunn to me is a nerd just like I am. He's a geek just like I am, like all of us are. And he really cares about the material, and he's passionate about this stuff. And he comes from a place of really loving it in his heart and in his soul. But the decisions that he's had to make as of recent have really put him at odds with the fans. And the fans are like, fire James Gunn, get rid of him, you know. And I don't know if that's the best idea to do, because I'm sure that he probably thought of every option to keep these characters, to keep these actors in these roles. And I think at a certain point, he just had to say to himself, I've got to pick a side here. And if you really think about it, push comes to shove, Henry Cavill ain't getting any younger. Okay, he's getting older, and yes, he could still play the role, but for how much longer? If they say that they have a 10-year plan, we have a 10-year plan that we are going to map out from this movie all the way to this movie. If you have 10 years to build that plan up, you want actors that are going to be young enough to, when you get to that 10-year mark, you know, you'll feel a nice progression. And some of these actors just aren't that anymore. And we have to face reality, and we have to face facts. And I feel bad for Henry Cavill. I think he's the one I feel bad for the most, because he was waiting patiently for years trying to come back as Superman, and he kept getting the runaround from everybody. And finally, when there was even a glimmer of hope, he was like, yes, I'm back. Finally. Oh no? Oh, I'm not back? Oh, shit. Well, at least I still got The Witcher. Oh. Damn. Jeez, dude. Damn, he got fucked, man. I mean, he really did, dude. I know that Henry Cavill at the end of the day is going to be okay. He's going to have other franchises, and he is going to really be a great actor in the future with a lot of really great projects. But this guy really was a class act and really tried to embody Superman and the best he could. And he was great, man. He really was, you know, but unfortunately, if you lose everybody else and you keep him, that confuses the world. If you get rid of him and keep everybody else, that confuses the world. If you know, keep any of these people in their same roles, you can't do that and yet create a new universe. And that's the ultimate problem. And that is the big issue that these creators have now, is how do you build a new DCU world and yet keep people, and they just can't. Maybe you could do Elseworld stories in the future that maybe have these actors in there. It's possible. But, you know, that's many, many years down the line, after you've established all of these other movies and these characters, way long after that, man. And who knows if these actors would even want to come back at that point. But that's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day, man. But, you know, look, it's weird because, you know, what are they going to do with Pattinson's Batman? You have this singular Joker sequel coming out with Joaquin Phoenix that has no relation to anything. Technically, the Batman has no relation to anything either, so are they gonna roll him into the fold? Are they gonna keep that separate? How are they gonna manage all this? And at the same time, how are they gonna approach the DCEU stories going forward? Because after you've given the fans as bad news as you have, you need to back it up with good news. You need to say, this is our plan, this is what we're doing. I know James Gunn is writing a new Superman movie, which I am excited for, but I just hope it's a good one. I hope it brings back the feelings of Superman that I had reading the comic books when I was a kid. And I haven't gotten that for the longest time, and I want that back again. And, you know, I want to see a DCU that I feel proud of wanting to own these movies on physical. I want to feel a DCEU series where I feel like it's really competing with Marvel. Because when there's great competition in the marketplace, that's when you really thrive. You know, I always go back to wrestling. I was a huge wrestling fan, the mid-'80s all the way through the 90s into the early 2000s. And it was WWF, it was WCW, it was ECW. And all of these ones were colliding with one another, and it was always battling for dominance. And you got great storylines out of it. You got great wrestling matches and great characters and personalities. And they were killing it, man. And then once WWF ended up buying, you know, WCW and ECW and folding all this into one, you lost a certain sense of creativity. You lost a certain sense of really great competition that was really fueling better product. And as much as I love the MCU and will always still support the MCU, you know, you do see the cracks now. You do see some of those cracks forming in some of those not so great movies, and I feel like if they had great competition with DCEU, then suddenly, you know, everyone would step up their game, man. And we need that again. And I do feel James Gunn is coming from a really great place where he has a lot of love for this material and these characters and these storylines and these comic books. And he's got to show that. The problem is that you've done all of this negativity and you have nothing to show for it yet. And because of that, you're just getting vitriol constantly. It doesn't help that he's on Twitter basically having standoffs with these random, you know, Twitter idiots out there who are just saying random shit to get under his skin. That doesn't help either. It also doesn't help the fact that basically there's leaks coming out constantly, there's reports coming out constantly, and you're having to basically do damage control every second of every day. That doesn't help either, man. And, you know, it doesn't help either the fact that, you know, with Henry Cavill gone, you know, James Gunn has said, well, who says we're getting rid of Gal Gadot? Who says we're getting rid of, you know, Shazam and Jason Momoa as Aquaman? Well, again, as I said earlier, if you get rid of one, you have to get rid of them all, because it doesn't make sense to keep all of them and get rid of one, or it doesn't make sense to get rid of every single one and then just keep just one single person out of the entire roster. It just doesn't work. You're either gonna, you know, redo the whole thing or just stick with what you got, and that's it. And so with Henry Cavill gone, it's a pretty solid guarantee. It's almost a rock solid guarantee at this point that everybody's going. Everybody's going. It's all going to be shelved, man. Now, what does that say for Shazam sequel? What does that say for the Aquaman sequel? It basically says that those movies are basically just duds at this point. I'm not saying they're bad movies, but I'm saying, like, you're going into the movie theater and watching the next Aquaman movie and watching the next Shazam movie, knowing fully well that 110% they're not coming back. That there will be no third film for Shazam. There will be no third film for Aquaman. That is it. And those iterations are going to be done. You're never going to get a third Aquaman movie. We're getting Flashpoint, but yeah, that's the end of that. So, I mean, all of these movies are just stalemates at this point. They're just basically just propping them up to make a little bit of money, and then they're out the door. That's it, man. And they don't want to say that to you. They don't want to come out and say 100% that because they want you to go to the movie theater, they want to make the money off of these movies before they ever say it to you. But when they do, don't be shocked by it, because it is what it is, man. And it's just a shame, but this is where we're at. And I understand the fans' disappointments. I understand that the fans are really angry and upset and throwing a lot of hate towards James Gunn, specifically, because he's obviously the more bigger target out of the two. But at the same time, I really do feel like James Gunn has a lot of really great respect for these characters, and he is somebody who I think has a great blend of action and humor and heart, and you can see that in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. You can see it. And so you know that, yes, the Suicide Squad didn't make a lot of money. Yes, it flopped. But Peacemaker is a really big success, and it has a lot of those elements that can really make the DCEU shine. He's just got to prove it. And the problem is like, we live in a society nowadays where what have you done for me lately is the biggest thing now. It's like, yeah, you did this, but what have you done for me now? And that's the biggest thing about it, man, is the idea that this guy is going to have to come out of the gates and make something amazing. The first film right out of the gate, man. And that's the difference between now and when Marvel started. Because when Marvel started with Iron Man, nobody had expectations. Zippo. Zero. Nada. No expectations whatsoever. They didn't know if it was going to be good or bad. They were just hoping that they picked the right actor, that they picked the right storyline, that they picked the right first movie to really bring this whole entire entity to life. There was no expectations. But once people saw that movie, they're like, wow, this is really cool. And it made a lot of money, and it gave them the confidence to keep on going forward. Now, we're in a different time now. We're going forward where there's a lot of expectations on DC and on Warner Brothers. And now that first movie, after you've canceled Henry Cavill and you've gotten rid of all of these actors and these properties and starting all over again from square one, now there's all these expectations coming out. You have to hit it out of the park with your first movie because everybody is looking at you. And if you don't do that, you are shit out of luck, man. And this is pressure to the nth degree, man. I don't envy Peter Safran and James Gunn. I don't envy them whatsoever. But I'm willing to at least give them an opportunity and at least willing to give them a chance. Because James Gunn, look, I've been with James Gunn for a long time, man. Since the Trauma days. I've been ride or die, okay? And so I'm not going to stop now. But you know me. I'm a huge Superman fan. I love that character. And if you're going to start with your 10-year plan with Superman after you did Henry Cavill dirty as you did, and I understand why you did, but you got to make that Superman movie the best fucking Superman movie that I've seen in a long-ass time, since the Christopher Reeves movie. You better be doing big time box office. You better be getting the critical acclaim. You better be making the fans fucking cry. Because if you don't, then man, they're coming after your ass. Everybody is. The critics, the YouTubers, the fans, the executives, everybody, man, is coming after you. And so this is big time on James Gunn, and I don't envy the man whatsoever, but I'm willing to at least give him a go with it. We'll see where it takes him, but you have to burn the house down in order to rebuild it. And sometimes doing that is never easy. It's messy. It's heartbreaking, but at the same time, in order to make something great, maybe you have to end up tearing it down in the first place. What do you guys think? I mean, do you guys think that this was the right move? Do you think that he did the right thing here? Or do you think that this is going to blow up in their face? I mean, where do you think the DCEU is going to go from here? Where do you think the storylines are going to take them? And do you think this was ultimately the right decision? I'd like to think it was, but I don't know until we actually see the product on the screen.
And that's not going to be for a long while. And until then, I guess we're just going to have to speculate, aren't we? I suppose we are, man, but isn't it good to speculate, though? Isn't it kind of fun? It is, man. But until then, hey, let the theories go, baby. Oh, indeed. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Check out movie reviews with my friends, the Blu-ray pickup videos, live streams, and so much more. A lot of the older content and newer content that is slowly but surely coming your way in due time, indeed, folks. But I thank you for your patience and your understanding, and I love my subscribers so much. You watch the videos, you give me great feedback. I really, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, man. It has been a wild ride for physical media this year and for me, and I'm glad that you guys have stuck by my side. I truly appreciate it, man. It means a lot to me. Truly, honestly does, man. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, truly. So if you have not subscribed yet, definitely do that. Hit the notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I put out a video. Also, catch me on Instagram and Facebook, FilmFan108. Keep updated with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. If you would like to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can. Movie posters, physical media care packages, you can do it. The P.O. box is in the description below. It is not expected. It is not, but it is definitely appreciated. I know you guys have gone out of your way to send me some really great stuff. I can't wait to see where the P.O. Box adventures take me next. It will be a wild ride indeed. Can't wait, man. But in the meantime, I suppose the physical media adventure ends for yet another week. I will see you back next week for more physical media hijinks. Take care, everybody, and remember, happy hunting.